So I just realized I forgot to do my affirmations, so that's what I'm gonna start with. Oh, and I also forgot to tell you, I'm going live. Is that okay? Do you have any meetings or anything? Okay. All right. So success is already in motion, Eris. Every stroke you take takes you closer. It's a long pool, not the ocean. Your job is simple. Show up, let liver. Yes, you will be seen, you will be judged. You'll also learn, teach, earn, grow, and live. And they will interpret. And misinterpretations are normal. They are the tax on the unusual, the symptoms of the automatic determined wiring of human brains, and they have never killed you. You will survive again. You will learn hard and beautiful things about yourself and the world. You choose progress, not protection or perfection. You are inevitable. You are determined. You are too great to be perfect. You can apologize when they thank you. Great. Pop, 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 pop. Okay, that's done. Alright, let's do it. Let's maybe... That's right, that's wrong. Why isn't this working? Oh. Am I streaming to Kick right now? Yes. Am I streaming to Twitch? Great, I see it. The framing looks good. But what about Kick? Why can't I prove to myself that I am currently streaming on Kick? Okay, let's go following. Excellent. Says that Solaris is offline. Start recording as well. Following. Live. Excellent. Great. Okay, and finally the tube.
We're potty training. He's got pull-ups training pants. They work
Excellent.
undies. And if accidents happen, he's got backup. Look at that confidence.
Oh, I wish I had some of that.
This is a journey.
There's the music. Pull-ups training pants. Okay, so every once in a while there's gonna be... Alright, well, it is what it is. Alrighty then. Oh, now there's stalker lady in the chat. Just comes with the work. Okay, and it's my own fault for looking so damn sexy. I take full responsibility. Speaking of which, chapter 6 of Principles of Psychology. Nope, Philosophy of Psychology, chapter 6. Sorry, all these women are blowing me up right now. It's I mean, you know, I'm used to it, but also, you know. So, chapter 6, Free Will and Psychology. 6.1, Introduction. So, this is the one well, I won't say that there's one I'm more excited about than the others, but just have to reiterate how excited I am that this book, suggested to me by Professor of Philosophy at UIC Maria Schachtman and author of The Self, A Very Short Introduction, that she suggested this to me, given that, you know, one of the reasons that I'm reaching out to academics is because I want to... Let me turn this down a second. Because I want to run my stuff, the stuff I've come up with, past, you know, people who really know about this stuff, and I don't get a lot of opportunities to discuss with them. One hope is that by streaming, I can find people who are interested in these things, and who can give me feedback on my ideas, but then also, of course, the academics. And so what's great is that one of the things that I came up with was a list of 6 illusions that minds have about minds, and each chapter is kind of dedicated to one of those illusions. Morality and emotions are not in the illusions. Well, morality definitely isn't. So, but I don't know that there's been sort of a clear... There isn't like, morality isn't its own illusion, or it's the own... a unique thing that minds get wrong about minds in this book. It's kind of a thing of rationality, really. So very encouraging, if that made any sense. All right, let's get into it. So, Chapter 6, Free Will and Responsibility, Section 6.1, Introduction. Free will is one of the central topics in philosophy. There are 2 crucial issues in the philosophical discussions of free will: what it takes to be a free and responsible agent, and whether humans are free and responsible agents. So there we have the philosophical question and the psychological question. We first define free will, and then we look at the empirical studies to see whether the human psyche actually matches that philosophical definition. Why isn't this chat window loaded? I want to be able to see it here. Refresh. That didn't help. Okay. So traditionally, philosophical discussions of free will have been associated with physics. What? One concern is that if our best theory of physics supports determinism, according to which all events in the universe are determined by the initial state of the universe together with laws of nature, then humans cannot act freely. Okay. By the way, before I continue, let me say what the will set of illusions involves in the Warsaw illusions. So one is that we're capable of first cause, or new first cause initiating behavior. I'm reminded by that because of, it refers here to the first cause, and everything follows from that. You know, one would think, of course, quantum mechanics can complicate that. But as far as I'm concerned, and also, by the way, there are actually lots of things that complicate that. Well, there's quantum mechanics, and I guess it's just quantum mechanics really, because the issue is that according to Donald Hoffman, according to Donald Hoffman, he says that according to physicists, cause and effect are doomed. Local reality is doomed. Space-time is doomed. But maybe still our concept of cause and effect has been useful in understanding and predicting the physical world. So does that mean that in some senses it's not dead? I don't really know. that's not really my field, but of course it does bleed into this. So let's see what this guy has to say about it, because I don't think he's a physicist either, but he'll be able to teach us some things about that. Okay, so one illusion is that we can initiate behavior sort of out of nothing, and then the other one is that, or another one is that all of our desires, objectives, and so on form a coherent set. And another one is that our behavior emerges only from, or mostly from, this coherent set of desires. Okay, so one concern about free will is that if our best theory of physics supports determinism, according to which all events in the universe are determined by the initial state of the universe, together with laws of nature, then humans cannot act freely. Human actions are already determined, and thus they are not freely chosen. Another concern is that if our best theory of physics denies determinism, and instead implies that all events in the universe arise randomly, i.e. they are not determined by preceding events, then humans can still not act freely. Human actions are random, and thus they are not freely chosen. Now, at least with the first one, maybe there's something meaningful in saying, okay, so my choice was predetermined, but it can still be considered a choice in some senses. Human actions are random, and thus they are not freely chosen. Either way, whether physics supports determinism or denies it, human agents are not free. Our focus in this chapter is not on physics, but rather on psychology and neuroscience. What do they tell us about free will and responsibility? Either way, human agents are not free. Whether it's already determined or random, either way, humans are not free. So, what do psychology and neuroscience tell us about free will and responsibility? Do psychological and neuroscientific studies advance the debate on free will? Recently, a number of philosophers, psychologists, and neuroscientists have claimed that the idea of free will is simply incompatible with the best scientific account of the human mind and brain. In other words, psychology and neuroscience entail that there is no such thing as free will. The basic idea is that they deny that you can be a free and responsible agent. Psychology reveals that an unconscious part of your mind is responsible for what you do and think, and neuroscience reveals that your brain is responsible for what you do and think. Either way, you, if for some reason we define you as a conscious and psychological agent, are not responsible for your behavior or thoughts. Of course, that's stupid, because as I read this, for instance, it's not some conscious psychological agent that's reading this. It's an occipital lobe. Reading is how I first got into neuroscience, but I can't actually remember the... But anyway, so this you is being received by the brain, okay? I mean, that's what I am, right? But let's say we're really confused and we think that I'm some other thing. Well, my brain thinks that the you is referring to it, and all the processing that's happening. So it's just so funny you can't say you, a conscious psychological agent. You can only say you, whatever can possibly perceive and interpret this text. That makes sense? Alright, either way, you, a conscious and psychological agent, are not responsible for your behavior or your thoughts. Yeah, let me just say it one more time. So dumb. The thing that is responsible for the behavior and thoughts, the brain, is the thing that's reading. Okay? So... And of course, this whole you and I thing is never defined. And that's crazy, by the way, that in a book called Philosophy of Psychology, an introduction, that we're not talking about the self, what these words should refer to. In fact, we have already touched on several considerations that motivate the skeptical stance on free will. In everyday life, people uncritically and unreflectively assume that they are free agents who, at least in most cases, consciously and responsively choose and control their actions, where to go, what to do, etc. In everyday life, people uncritically and unreflectively assume that they are free agents who consciously and responsively, not sure I get what that means, responsibly, we'll see. Like they're responding to the stimuli, to their environment, I guess. Consciously and responsively choose and control their actions, where to go, what to do, etc. Suppose, for example, that we ask participants of the stockings experiment by Nisbet and Wilson, did you freely choose that pair of stockings? Most, if not all, participants would say, yes. After all, it is exactly what they were instructed to do. And they would explain the reasons for their free choice, such as the pair they chose being of superior quality. The problem is that, as we've already seen, participants' explanation of their free choices are post hoc rationalizations. Their choices were in fact determined by unconscious position effects of which they were not aware. And they simply confabulated about their choices as if they were the choices they freely made. Participants thought that they made a free choice based on their evaluation of the quality of the stockings, but that was not the case. This chapter will review psychological and neuroscientific studies that are directly relevant to free will and responsibility. And it will explain their implications for the idea that humans are free and responsible agents. Our two main questions are humans free agents? And if humans are free agents, how much freedom do they have? In the end, our answers will be that psychological and neuroscientific studies, 1, do not suggest that humans completely lack free will, but 2, do suggest that humans are not as free as we might think. We begin by discussing a classification of scientific arguments against free will, section 6.2. Our focus will be on what we call the argument from epiphenomenalism, which denies free agency on the grounds that our conscious mental states and processes are epiphenomenal, i.e., they are causally irrelevant to our behavior. Maybe that's something that I very much agree with, actually. Any brain event is going to be, at least, or can be, at least somewhat involved in other brain events. Everything that is happening for me right now, my perception, of the outside world, my mental imagery, my inner speech, my hearing, my thoughts, my beliefs, my choices, quote unquote, are all brain events. On the other hand, I definitely do also say that consciousness as awareness is not the same thing as the chooser or the rational, what have you. There's experience, which may factor into an action, right? But experience isn't itself an actor. Okay. So, one way to think of it is that you've got a whole bunch of people working in a factory, and those are your thoughts, your desires, basically everything. And then there's surveillance of some of them, and so some of those get experienced, or as though they report it up to somebody who doesn't really do anything except receive some of what's happening. So, epiphenomenalism, which denies free agency on the grounds that our conscious mental states and processes are epiphenomenal, i.e., they are causally irrelevant to our behavior. After, we will move on to investigate alleged psychological and neuroscientific evidence for the claim that our conscious mental states and processes are epiphenomenal in section 6.3. Excuse me. The evidence comes from 3 distinct lines of research. A. Neuroscientific studies of the timing of decisions, the Lebet-style studies. B. Psychological studies of the influence of situational factors on human behavior, so the situationist studies. And C. Psychological studies of the phenomenology of conscious will, the Wegener-style studies. We will conclude that the empirical evidence currently available does not support the idea that consciousness is epiphenomenal. And thus, the argument from epiphenomenalism is not empirically supported. Did not see that coming. That said, psychological and neuroscientific studies suggest that the degree to which humans are free and the scope of their free agency are both limited. Psychology and neuroscientific studies. Psychological and neuroscientific studies are important not because they teach us about the extent to which humans have free will and in what domains agency can be exercised. What? Psychological and neuroscientific studies are important not because they reveal that free will is an illusion once and for all, but because they teach us about the extent to which humans have free will and in what domains agency can be exercised. Yeah, so I guess it was obvious in the other chapters that, especially by the way he was just comfortable talking about conscious, control, I, you, that he and I are not on the same page. But maybe he'll convince me. Let's see what happens. So we will illustrate this point with a case study on responsibility for implicit biases. Section 6.2, Varieties of Free Will Skepticism. So, materialism and determinism. Before examining the relevant empirical studies, it is important to be clear about the nature of the skeptical challenge and distinguish it from other challenges. This is particularly important in the context of the free will debate, since free will skeptics, in particular skeptical scientists, tend not to distinguish between distinct challenges, which is a potential source of confusion. Psychological and neuroscientific arguments against free will have a common structure. Premise 1. P is true, according to psychology and/or neuroscience. Premise 2. Free will is incompatible with the truth of P. Conclusion, therefore, we do not have free will. We call premise 1 of each argument the psychological premise because it is primarily subject to psychological and/or neuroscientific scrutiny, and premise 2 the philosophical premise because it is primarily subject to philosophical scrutiny. So the first argument goes as follows. The argument from materialism. Premise 1. Materialism is true according to psychology and/or neuroscience. Premise 2. Free will is incompatible with the truth of materialism. Conclusion, therefore, we do not have free will. The psychological premise of this argument says that psychology and/or neuroscience support materialism, according to which everything in this world is material or physical, and consequently, immaterial mental substances or souls do not exist. And what does he have to say about that? The philosophical premise says that free will is something attributed to an immaterial soul. That's where he's going to take issue. Hence, the idea of free will is incompatible with materialism since, according to materialism, immaterial souls do not exist. An argument of this kind has been expressed in a passage by P. Reed Montague. Free will is the idea that we make choices and have thoughts independent of anything remotely resembling a physical process. Free will is the close cousin to the idea of the soul, the concept that your thoughts and feelings derive from an entity that is separate and distinct from the physical mechanisms that make up your body. From this perspective, your choices are not caused by physical events, but instead emerge wholly formed from somewhere indescribable and outside the purview of physical descriptions. This implies that free will cannot have evolved by natural selection, as that would place it directly in a stream of causally connected physical events. Consequently, the idea of free will is not even in principle within reach of scientific description. And that's what Montague said in 2008.
Granger knows that as an
All
HVAC
right.
technician, the heat is on you every day. Your first call?
Here's another argument. This is the argument from determinism. Premise 1. Determinism is true, according to psychology and/or neuroscience. Premise 2. Free will is incompatible with the truth of determinism. Conclusion. Therefore, we do not have free will. The psychological premise of this argument says that psychology and/or neuroscience support determinism, according to which all events and actions have already been determined by past events together with the laws of nature. The philosophical premise comes from the incompatibilist account of free will, according to which free will and determinism are incompatible with each other. Hence, if determinism is true, free will is denied. An argument of this kind has been expressed by Patrick Haggard. The law-like causal nature of brain processes seem to leave no place for freedom. In philosophy, an action is often considered free if the person could have acted otherwise. However, if the action directly results from a set of law-like events in the person's brain, as claimed by neuroscience, the person presumably could not have acted otherwise and is therefore not free. Kind of found it as I was doing it. Alright, very good. We will not discuss in detail the two arguments above, the one from materialism and the one from determinism. The reason is that the philosophical premise in each argument is highly controversial. Most contemporary philosophers think that free will is compatible with materialism, and many compatibilist philosophers think that free will is compatible with determinism. Of course, these issues are far from being settled. For example, an interesting development in recent years is the research in experimental philosophy of the intuition people have of the compatibility between free will and materialism and between free will and determinism. However, discussing these will take us too far away from the main issues in this chapter. Come on. Darn. Another reason why we will not discuss the argument from materialism and the argument from determinism is that their psychological premises are questionable. It is questionable that materialism and determinism are true according to psychology and/or neuroscience. After all, there are no particular psychological or scientific studies that show that materialism or determinism is true. Of course, it is conceivable, perhaps for some sociological reasons, that psychologists tend to accept materialism or that neuroscientists tend to accept determinism. But this does not mean that they justify materialism or determinism in terms of psychological or neuroscientific studies. Typically, their justification comes from their commitment to physics and not to psychology or neuroscience. So now, epiphenomenalism. We will focus on the following argument. Argument from epiphenomenalism. Premise 1, epiphenomenalism is true according to psychology and/or neuroscience. Premise 2, free will is incompatible with the truth of epiphenomenalism. Conclusion, therefore we do not have free will. So that's kind of crazy that he just skipped over what I would have thought were the best arguments. And tell me again why you're not going to look at materialism or determinism. Most contemporary philosophers think that free will is compatible with materialism. Okay, but what do most contemporary psychologists and neuroscientists think? I don't really. Oh, but what matters is that they're defining. Most philosophers are comfortable defining free will as something that can be determined. I think I need to review compatibilist philosophies. So, all right, let's check here. Okay, define the compatibilist stance on will, or how did I spell that wrong? I didn't spell it wrong. Define the compatibilist stance on free will. Who supports it? Wait. So, compatibilism is the view that free will is compatible with determinism. On this stance, an action can be free even if it is fully caused by prior states of the world, so long as the action issues from the agent's own reasons, values, and deliberative capacities, rather than from coercion, compulsion, or bypassing of those capacities. Okay, but that's not how people use free will. That would just be fucking will, bro. If the action, so long as the action issues from the agent's own reasons, values, and deliberative capacities. But then how? Okay, but how? What it issues from? If you go back a little bit earlier in time, whatever it issues from, let's say it issues from some reason or value, it didn't initially issue from that. There was a world event, the prior state of the world, that triggered a specific reason or a specific value or some specific set of reasons and values and deliberation. Put simply, freedom is not about being uncaused, it's about being caused in the right way. This sounds like such garbage to me. Nah, yeah. Alright, we need to have a conversation about that. Sounds like garbage. Hold on a second. So it sounds like garbage. The prior state of the external world and the prior state external world triggers the internal state of the agent, i.e., some particular combination of their mechanisms. Given that our values, deliberation, etc. are not centralized or consistent, it seems more meaningful. Given that our values, deliberation, etc., are not centralized or consistent, what am I trying to say here? Because if there was a little homunculus in the mind, a single homunculus, the agent, and all of the, relevant information about the prior state of the world is considered by this singular homunculus, then it's the same thing every time. Okay, that's what's important, right? Okay, so if there were this singular, coherent, consistent homunculus, then it wouldn't sort of matter what the causes are. It's always that homunculus that is then, based on the information it receives and based on all of its desires, consistently all of its desires and its deliberative mechanisms, is deciding the action. I can get how that could be described as free will, because the inputs, even if the inputs change, they're always going through the same processes. But if the inputs determine how they're processed, I don't see how that can be described as free will. But there's something I'm missing in my understanding and or how to verbalize this. Given that our values, deliberation, etc. are not centralized or consistent, the different input can trigger different processing, different values, deliberation, deliberative mechanisms, instincts, etc. If the prior state of the world determines which aspects of the agent activate, I'm missing something in how to express this. Then it can't. Then it's not free will. Then it shouldn't be described as free will. Not sure how to say this. Help me out, bro. Final thought that I can articulate. I would agree with the compatibilist account if all inputs were processed by a singular or coherent / consistent processor. So I said, sounds like garbage. The prior state of the external world triggers the internal state of the agent, i.e. some particular combination of their mechanisms. Given that our values, deliberation, etc. are not centralized or consistent, different input, I just keep repeating myself, different input can trigger different processing, different values, deliberative mechanisms, instincts, etc. If the prior state of the world determines which aspects of the agent activate, I'm missing something in how to express this, but then it shouldn't be described as free will. I'm not sure how to say this, help me out, bro, but final thought that I can articulate, I would agree with the compatibilist account if Well, this is not another thought. It's just this other side of the same coin I keep showing you. If all inputs were processed, I would agree with the compatibilist account if all inputs were processed by a singular or coherent / consistent processor. So, all right. So let's read. Should we read all of this? All right, I'm gonna pop this up on this screen, and we begin to read all of this. Let's do it. All right, one moment. I have to add the video. macOS screen capture. Add existing. ChatGPT. Okay. ChatGPT properties. Let's go window capture, ChatGPT. Okay, excellent. Excuse me, let's see how this looks. Okay, waiting for it to pop up. In the meantime, gonna add it here as well. Just happened. It's alright, I guess. What? Why are you doing that, bro? Okay. Oh my god, why are you doing that? Alright, that's alright, no biggie. Okay, can we read that? No.
Working across
Okay,
teams
let's make
is
that
tough, but
like
Asana
that.
helps you handle it.
How about now?
That's because Asana is where
Alright,
humans and AI
and
coordinate
let's
work
also
together.
shrink this one.
AI can spot roadblocks and
Okay.
assign work in a snap. So everything
And also let's
stays on
just
track.
actually listen
That's
to it.
how work gets handled. That's Asana. Visit us at asana.com. That's ASANA.com.
You're not missing anything important. You're bumping into the exact hidden assumption that compatibilism quietly relies on. You already see the crack. You just want a clean way to name it. Let me help you articulate it precisely without jargon creep. 1. The compatibilist move made explicit. Compatibilists say, open quote, an action is free if it issues from the You're not missing anything important. You're bumping into the exact hidden assumption that compatibilism quietly relies on. You already see the crack. You just want a clean way to name it. Let me help you articulate it precisely, without jargon creep. Number 1. The compatibilist move made explicit. Compatibilists say, open quote, an action is free if it issues from the agent's own reasons, values, and deliberative processes, even if those are fully determined. Close quote. What they smuggle in is this assumption. Open quote, there exists a sufficiently unified, stable, and coherent agent-level decision process that can be said to own the action. Close quote. They deny a metaphysical soul, but they keep a functional soul.
I'm starting over. The music was too
Missing,
loud for me.
missing anything important. You're bumping into the exact hidden assumption that compatibilism quietly relies on. You already see the crack. You just want a clean way to name it. Let me help you articulate it precisely, without jargon creep. Number 1. The compatibilist move made explicit. Compatibilists say, open quote, an action is free if it issues from the agent's own reasons, values, and deliberative processes.
I mean,
even
it
if
is.
those
It's
are
right
fully
there in the fucking premise, bro. It actually pisses me off. So either ChatGPT is just slobbering on my brain right now, giving me brain right now, or compatibilists are fools. Now I know Daniel Dennett's not a fool, so I'm hoping this isn't quite his thing. But then again, he's a philosopher, so maybe he just hasn't yet understand that there isn't really a singular agent. And I guess he never will because he has passed. I don't know. But this is just honestly bothering me a lot. And what, you know what else bothers me is that this author knows this. He was talking about the biases like the identifiable victim bias, the near and dear or in-group out-group bias. So he knows that we have different responses to things, and he knows about framing. So he knows that, we process things differently depending on how they're presented to us. Why do you think we process things differently depending on how they're presented to us? Well, obviously, and he knows about type 1, type 2 mechanisms. He knows about the duality of thinking. So he knows that the conditions for some mechanisms are this presentation. I mean, I don't think I'm sneaking anything in here. I think that, and I mean, he is actually a perfect example. So on the one hand, he gets all this information about psychology. He's a philosopher of psychology. He gets all this information about psychology. And that gets him talking about how different inputs can trigger different kinds of processes, type 1 processes, type 2 processes, which will lead to different results. So how it's processed is governed by the inputs. How the information is processed is governed by the information itself in part. And yet, then free will comes along, and I'm thinking that he's just another philosopher who isn't really paying enough attention to psychology. And so, when it comes to free will, when that's kind of the input or when that's the question, all of a sudden, all that stuff he knows about these varied subagents goes out the window. I mean, that's just what it seems like. Please explain to me how I'm wrong, because it drives me nuts that it seems so clear to me, but that I also don't feel like I have confirmation. So either explain how I'm wrong. Well, I guess you couldn't really give me confirmation. Only this guy could. Um, yeah. That that part. Period. You know what? Can I just say something, guys? Compatibilism implicitly assumes a unified and stable decision making system. But if inputs determine which internal mechanisms activate in the first place, then the action cannot meaningfully be attributed to a single agent level will. You know what? Can I be frank with you guys? If the world determines which parts of me get to speak, then saying I chose just means the winning subsystem spoke last. That part. That part for sure. You know what? Let me just make it really clear to you guys. Compatibilism redefines free will in terms of internal causation, while ignoring the more fundamental fact that the environment determines which internal causes come into play. You know what? Hang on, bro. I got one thing to say to you, bro, before you go. Compatibilism keeps determinism, but quietly preserves the ego myth by treating a fluctuating bundle of mechanisms as if it were a single chooser. By the way, that reminds me, he's quoted Hume a lot. I wonder whether he's going to quote Hume in this section, because Hume literally had a thing that he called bundle theory, which is not, unlike my own thing, it theory. All right, so that's enough of stooping down. Actually, no, we have to go stoop down to deal with this whole fucking chapter, unfortunately. Oh gosh, I hope the author doesn't see this. That would be pretty cool to be able to have a conversation with him. But of course, I would show respect in the first two conversations. Mac OS screen capture. I'm trying to take this ChatGPT. Bop. Bop. It's fine. Excuse me. Alright, one second. I just gotta plug in my AirPods. Alright. So, okay, so, where were we actually? Oh, yeah, so then we had gone back to the compatibilist thing, dealt with that. So that's, ugh. Okay, alright, so epiphenomenalism. We will focus on the following argument. The argument from epiphenomenalism. Because, of course, this one you can, take down. So, yeah, definitely skip the ones that you can't handle. We will focus on the following argument. Argument from epiphenomenalism. Premise 1. Epiphenomenalism is true according to psychology and/or neuroscience. Premise 2. Free will is incompatible with the truth of epiphenomenalism. Conclusion. Therefore, we do not have free will. The psychological premise of this argument, which is the first one, says that psychology and/or neuroscience support epiphenomenalism, according to which conscious mental states and processes, e.g. a conscious decision to do something, or a conscious thought about what to do, or a conscious deliberation about what is to be done, etc., do not play a significant causal role in producing behavior. That's so fucking sneaky. I don't even know if I'm going to be able to read this. And I know that makes me a bad philosopher, so I need to just... That's so sneaky because we don't really know that there is such a thing as a conscious decision to do something, or a conscious thought about what to do. The more accurate thing would be a decision to do something of which we are aware. Qualifying the decision, not the action. A thought, so it says here, a conscious thought about what to do. A thought that is experienced by the system about what to do. A deliberation about what is to be done that is experienced by the system. So the question is whether that experience plays a role. Okay, but he seems to be making it about whether a decision plays a role, whether a thought plays a role, whether a deliberation that, plays a role, right? A deliberation that is experienced may very well play a role. I mean, I don't want to say probably, but yes, it can play a role. But it's not the fact that it's experienced or the experience itself that's playing a role. That's so sneaky, bro. Ugh. I'm going to read it again. The psychological premise of this argument says that psychology and or neuroscience supports epiphenomenalism, according to you, conscious mental states and processes. Are you telling me that you know that there is such a thing as a mental state that can be qualified as conscious, as though there is some conscious mechanism that that produced that state, or that ran that process? Because you're way ahead of everybody else then, and that's what your book needs to be about how you have fucking figured out consciousness. Am I getting upset? I am getting a little bit upset. And I don't say That is so disappointing. Alright, sorry. I gotta have ChatGPT laid out for me. That is really frustrating. ChatGPT, please. ChatGPT. MIYAZONO-san, it's pissing me off, bro. In philosophy of psychology, an introduction. See, you know what? Maybe the reason I'm adding son is not like an okay reason. Unfortunately, in all of our minds, to highlight how someone is different is an insult. Not globally in your entire mind, but I promise you there is a mechanism in your mind, however loud that mechanism may be, that equates difference with badness or inferiority. And that's why, sometimes you get angry and will surprise yourself by referring to how someone is different, highlighting that in order to get one up on them or something. So I'm gonna take out MIYAZONO-san. I'm just gonna put Dr. MIYAZONO. Is pissing me off, bro. In philosophy of psychology, an introduction. First, he decides to skip over the materialist and determinist arguments against free will on the grounds that many contemporary philosophers are compatibilists, saying nothing of contemporary psychologists, who may also be, but I think it's weird that he didn't mention them. It makes me think that maybe, you have people like Robert Sapolsky, who I know for a fact would not be a compatibilist. He even wrote a great book called Behave. Humans at our best and at our worst, or something like that. And he traces what led to your behavior going back hundreds of millennia, to talk about the genes that set up your mechanisms, to generations ago to still talk about the genes that set up your mechanisms, to moments before and the chemical changes and blah, 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 blah. So to the actions of the mechanisms. But he traces how those mechanisms and their activity was caused. Oh, and then there's like minutes before, which, is how, is the music too loud? I don't know. No, I don't think so. Which is how, how minutes before determines which mechanisms are going to run. And then there's even things in the seconds before, depending on what you ate, how those mechanisms are going to run. So first, there's which mechanisms were encoded. Then there's which mechanisms are triggered. And then there's like which ways those mechanisms run according to the sort of chemical state of the body. GTFOH for sure. So, Dr. Miyazano is pissing me off, bro. In Philosophy of Psychology and Introduction, first he decides to skip over the materialist and determinist arguments against free will on the grounds that many contemporary philosophers are compatibilists, saying nothing of contemporary psychologists and neuroscientists who may also still be compatibilists, but the academic zeitgeist hasn't stopped him before in the book. Then he says the following sentence. 10 points if you can articulate what the error is / what pisses me off. Hint. He's being sneaky. Well, triple premise. Well, he doesn't. He isn't. But he did probably. Yeah, he's probably. Well, his sub-agents are being sneaky. The psychological premise of the epiphenomenalism argument says that psychology and or neuroscience support epiphenomenalism, according to which conscious mental states and processes e.g. a conscious decision to do something do not play does not play a significant causal role in producing behavior.
Monday.com, the opposite of any work platform we tried in the past. We tried other work management platforms, not naming names.
Great. Right. So I'm actually not sure that she's saying the same thing as I am. We're gonna listen to it in a moment. A decision to do something definitely plays a causal role. A decision to do something definitely can play a causal role. A decision to do something may be experienced. Abbott, quiet, buddy. It is not. Neil, quiet. Are worth distinguishing from the experience of a decision plays a causal role. So yeah, it's like you said, he's assuming there is such thing as a decision made consciously by some conscious mind. And then talking about that as though he's just talking about a decision. Says that, let's see, she'll tell me if I.
Yeah, I see exactly why this is pissing you off. And you're right to suspect something sneaky. Let me articulate it cleanly and precisely, and I think you'll feel the click. The core problem, in one sentence, MIYAZONO smuggles the ego myth into the premise by treating conscious decisions as a natural kind that psychology.
I wasn't paying attention, I was just being pissed off. Let's dissect the sentence slowly. Let me go back. Oh, he's just reading that. Okay. Yeah, that's what I said. What are you doing writing this book when apparently you figured out the mysteries of the fucking human universe, bro? Oh, there we go. That part, bro. Where are we? So forces of false dichotomy. Category mistake. Yeah, all right. Oh, I want to see why this feels sneaky because he does two things at once. He does that, yeah, and then he reintroduces the full concept of conscious decision as if it were so. And haven't I complained about that in other streams? The reliance on folk concepts of the mind and agency. I mean, not completely, right? He has talked about subagents, and so he clearly understands some aspects, but I'm gonna go ahead and say this guy ain't there yet. So anyway, that this chapter's gonna bother me, but actually maybe we can frame it. This is an opportunity. Um, I think what bothers me is that, as I said before, that it seems so wrong, but I'm not willing to go as far as to like believe that it is wrong and that I am right. But let's take that step. It doesn't have to be a permanent step. But I think I'll feel better if I let myself just read this as somebody who's got it wrong. Well, I mean, try to when I'm clearly not gonna be convinced in moments when it just like pisses me off. In those moments, best to just see it as okay. I'm just reading someone who's wrong. But I'll also try to have moments. We're going to remind ourselves that there's still probably some truths in here. And so let's be open to them and let's really consider them. And then when I discuss this with Dr. Schachtman, maybe I can try to be open again. Maybe. All right, so epiphenomenalism. The psychological premise of this argument says that psychology and/or neuroscience support epiphenomenalism. I'm gonna pee right now so that we don't have to start over again. Oh my God, what is wrong? Oh, my legs, my knees. I think I was sitting down since 2 weeks ago. Oh, I'm gonna start doing thumbnails. So for this one, I forgot I'm gonna do that. So for this one, it's just gonna be I'm gonna make a face like this. Take a picture of me making a face like this. What the fuck are you talking about? Who let you write this book? Actually, other fools. Yeah, definitely an error for sure. Everything is absolutely fine, except for what we're reading right now. No, everything is fine. Okay, so epiphenomenalism. So, we will focus on the following argument. So, the argument from epiphenomenalism is premise one. Epiphenomenalism is true according to psychology and/or neuroscience. Premise two, free will is incompatible with the truth. Premise two, free will is incompatible with the truth of epiphenomenalism. And then conclusion would be, therefore, we do not have free will. The psychological premise of this argument says that psychology and neuroscience support epiphenomenalism, according to which conscious mental states and processes, e.g., a conscious decision to do something, a conscious thought about what to do, a conscious deliberation about what is to be done, etc., do not play a significant causal role in producing behavior. The philosophical premise says that if conscious states and processes have nothing to do with how people behave, and if all people's behavior is determined by unconscious psychological and neural processes in the brain, then there is no interesting sense in which people as conscious agents are free. Absolutely fucking shameless. In which people as conscious agents. So he's just like, hey, so whatever we intuitively think about ourselves, about the mind, I'm just going to accept that for this chapter and talk about it as though it's real. Nobody thinks that all people's behavior is determined only by the processes that we don't experience. Nobody thinks that. Okay? I mean, like, nobody worth having a conversation with or hearing the opinion of thinks that all processes that produce behavior are not experienced. That's wild. That's so fucking wild. Maybe he didn't write this chapter, because I would feel a lot less bad. Maybe he had his teenage son write it. And he's never taught his teenage son anything about what he does, maybe. Who the fuck thinks... If all... How do you do... Oh. That's crazy, bro. The philosophical premise sounds plausible. No, it fucking doesn't. It sounds like incoherent nonsense from about 200 years ago, bro, to be honest with you. The philosophical premise sounds plausible. If people's behavior is determined by unconscious psychological and neural processes in the brain... I'm sorry, that's really... Absolutely fine, bro. I'm honestly not even pissed off, bro. It may look like it. I'm absolutely fine. Just totally, I'm chilling. You know, we're just discussing things. Probably one of the most important things, because our concept of intention and decisions and choice and I can't even think about anything right now. What I'm trying to say, something I talk about often, which I'm not going to elaborate on now because I just want to get through this, is capitalism sort of depends on you believing in free will. Basically we're all getting like played. So the system is taking advantage of our intuitive concept of free will. So they're like, no matter what we throw your way, you can handle it. You're like a human being that has free will, right? So it's okay if there are, you know, whatever options, you know, you'll just rationally and freely choose blah, blah, blah. So for instance, like advertising. Hey, by putting all these advertisements for, so like it's illegal in the EU to advertise pharmaceutical drugs, right? It's not illegal in the US. And so we have all these ads, ad after ad. I fucking, I just this year came back to the US and was just noticing this. Um, but hey, no, we're just giving you information. It's not like we chose a certain voice to be on the ad to show you certain smiling people in order to get you to talk to your doctor. We're just giving you an option, and then you just bring it up to your doctor. And it's not like he's going to feel pressured or and triggered into complying because of what our drug reps say to him, or what we get you to say to him via using because of our commercial. No, we're all free to choose whatever we want to choose. And then it's also what makes the whole criminal justice system thing kind of fucked, right? And it's how we can keep like certain people down. Oh, but they freely chose to do that. They could have very well just chosen to, go to college. That could have also been what they chosen. And then it's also like speaking of that, it's a big issue for how we judge other people. We're saying, oh, poor people are bad because they do this. Poor people are living in very different conditions than the judger. And so the judger can't judge the consequence that follow from the conditions that the judger doesn't really know anything about. Also, another Nazism thing is going to happen again. When I went to Poland to Auschwitz, I was asking people, would you be like, is it possible that you could like be a Nazi or something? And they were like, no. Or I phrased it a little bit differently than that. I don't remember. Because I remember one person was like, yeah, if I were in this same situation, yeah, it's possible. I hate it. I don't agree with it, but everybody else is like, I don't understand how they could do this. Oh, they must be so evil, right? Because those actions must have necessarily followed, so people believe, from their desire and from their evil desire. But when we look at Philip Zimbardo's, you're right, not Dan Gilbert, Philip Zimbardo's research, the Stanford prison experiment, and, whatever the truth of that experiment was, in general, we know that humans are capable of much worse than they think they are capable of. And if they were in certain conditions, that, they would see that terrible behavior. So it's such an important issue. So I hate that. But this is just one book. At one point in time, you and I will write another one and fix this shit. All right. So the philosophical premise. I don't know how I'm going to get through reading this again. The philosophical premise says that if conscious states and processes have nothing to do with how people behave, and nobody's fucking saying that, and if all people's behavior is determined by unconscious psychological or neural processes in their brain, then there is no interesting sense in which people as conscious agents are free. So just a fucking straw man, bro. The philosophical premise sounds plausible. If people's behavior is determined by unconscious psychological or neural processes in the brain, which bypass their conscious decisions, conscious thoughts, conscious deliberations, etc., then it is difficult to see how they can be regarded as having free will or being responsible for their behavior. Our focus will be on the psychological premise, according to which epiphenomenalism is strongly supported by psychology or neuroscience. There are roughly two possible kinds of epiphenomenalism: metaphysical and scientific epiphenomenalism. Metaphysical epiphenomenalism says that conscious states are epiphenomenal because the neural correlates of consciousness, which we haven't fucking found, i.e., neural states and processes that are correlated with conscious states and processes, play all relevant causal roles in producing action. What? Metaphysical epiphenomenalism says that conscious states are epiphenomenal because the neural correlates of consciousness play all relevant causal roles in producing action. Huh? Metaphysical epiphenomenalism says that conscious states play all relevant causal roles in producing action. No.
I vape, but I don't like need to vape. You know? I'll only do it
What?
when my friends do it. Or on the
Am I tripping right now? Is that a typo? I don't get this. There are roughly two possible kinds of epiphenomenalism. Okay, how does he define epiphenomenalism before? Okay, so here we have a definition of epiphenomenalism, and it says epiphenomenalism, according to which conscious mental states and processes do not play a significant causal role in producing behavior. Metaphysical epiphenomenalism says that conscious states play all relevant causal roles in producing action. What are we doing right now? What are we doing right now? What's happening right now? Oh, let me put on the ChatGPT window. Oh, I already read. I already typed that to her. Alright, so there's no typo. I'm confused. Oh, I see. Right. Okay. No, that was clear. Okay. Okay. Yes. 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 Okay. I see. Okay. So metaphysical epiphenomenalism says that conscious states are epiphenomenal because the neural correlates are doing the things. But that is wild though. Why this is still a problem and why your alarm bells are right. Why I didn't really understand what was happening in that sentence, but now that she's explained it, yes, there's a freaking problem. Um, you're talking about that there's this conscious thing, and then there are these biological things that correlate to that. Who the fuck said there was this thing? Why this is still a problem. The problem is that this framing already presupposes a dual layer ontology. A neural layer, this real shit, and then this. Even if Miyazono doesn't endorse epiphenomenalism, he's presenting it in a way that preserves the ego myth grammar. Because once you say neural correlates do the causal work, conscious states are therefore epiphenomenal, you've already assumed that conscious states are something over and above neural states. And that's exactly the assumption that Eris rejects. From Eris's perspective, the sentence should trigger this reaction. Great. So I'm not just bad at reading comprehension. She wants to make me think, but from your perspective, the sentence should trigger this reaction. Wait, if the neural correlates do all the causal work, then in what sense are the conscious states a separate thing? Well, I would be like, if the neural correlates do all the work, then okay, great. So the conscious neural activity is not epiphenomenal. It's involved. Because I refuse his reification step. Just because he has a word for something, a thought about something, that's a real thing. That's the reification step? See, what does that mean, the reification step? Yeah. Eris is definitely refusing to treat the intuitive distinction between neural activity and conscious experience as an ontological distinction between two real things. Yeah, he is definitely. And he's about to refuse to leave this book out of the oven, bro. Out of the fire pit we have outside. No, just this chapter. Just this chapter. Okay, so let's try to. We've spent about 6 hours on this page. Metaphysical epiphenomenalism says that conscious states are epiphenomenal because the neural correlates of consciousness, i.e., the neural states and processes that are correlated with conscious states and processes, play all relevant causal roles in producing action. Hence, metaphysically speaking, there is no causal role left for conscious states and processes. For example, when you consciously decide to raise your right hand, the neural correlate of the conscious decision plays all the causal roles in initiating the physiological processes resulting in you raising your right hand. So there is no causal role left for your conscious decision itself. Except, aren't they like correlated? So, what do you mean? Thus, your conscious decision is epiphenomenal. So then how are they correlated then? Or you, like, if they're, so are you saying that they're correlated but there's no causal relationship between the neural correlates? You're saying like correlation doesn't equal causation, so it's just that you happen to have this conscious experience at the same time as these neurons happen? It's a coincidence. Why don't we call it neural fucking coincidences of consciousness? Because if you're leaving out the consciousness as part of the causation, you're saying there's no causal relationship. There's no, they're not like a pair that are both like causing things. Like the conscious experience and the neural correlates are like both causing things. It's like the neural correlates cause something and is associated with the blah 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 blah. Okay, right. Okay, wait, hold on. Hold on. I'm gonna take back a little bit of my negativity here. I think I have a better understanding of what he's saying in this paragraph. Everything before, I'm still saying fuck all that, but hold on a second. Oh, I meant to alright, hold on a second. So for example, when you consciously decide to raise your right hand, the neural correlate of the conscious decision. No, I don't think I do take it back. I don't think I do take it back, but I'm going to leave it where I left it, including that maybe I want to take it back. Because if you're saying that the conscious decision plays no causal role, I want to say that if you believe that there's this other conscious decision, which I obviously reject, but supposing that, the fact that it's correlated to like the neural activity, I don't think it's meaningful to say that the conscious thing plays no role if there's this like reliable correlation. Why is there this correlation? And why ever there's this correlation is a reason to, I think, say that the consciousness is causal as well. I don't know, bro. I don't know. No, I want to ask ChatGPT. I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry. I'm trying to move on, but also, nah. Let's suppose for a moment, friend, that there is this other layer. But we're also supposing, for this moment, that that other layer correlates to some neural activity, to some certain neural activity, I feel like it's meaningless to say that the other layer has no causal relationship to the neural result, given that it's correlated to the output, e.g. decision, given that it's correlated to the neural activity. Like, why ever the conscious layer is correlated would be the same reason that it's causal. Unless he's actually talking about, because I did like this line, unless he's actually talking about the neural coincidences. But please, I'm counting on you to explain how it could be meaningful to talk about consciousness, talk about a conscious state as not causal when you say that it's completely
is basically freedom. It's a giant open universe where you can
correlated neural states neural shit completely correlated neural shit is causal. So first, the key distinction they're relying on. So of course they're relying on a distinction that we wait, the key. Okay, in philosophy of mind, it is standard, though controversial, to say X can perfectly correlate with Y without X causing anything if Y alone does the causal work. The shadow of a moving object correlates perfectly with the object's motion. The shadow does not cause anything to move. Sure, but the shadow is actually different from Okay, right. So I get how the shadow isn't making anything move. So how epiphenomenalism is meant to work, let's assume, as you said, for the sake of argument, that there is a conscious layer. Every conscious state perfectly correlates with a neural state. Epiphenomenalism then says neural state N causes behavior B, conscious state C occurs because N occurs, but C does not cause B. So N causes B and C. Right. Okay. Right. Okay, the causal exclusion problem. Okay, but there's still something wrong. Why your intuition rebels. Your reaction is essentially, if C is perfectly correlated with N, then saying C is causally inert feels meaningless, because anything N does, C does with it. And also because here's the thing. Here's the whole point of free will and the whole discussion. The idea is that the concern is that you could consciously think about doing something, consciously decide, quote unquote, which of course is bullshit, but suppose that it isn't, that you could consciously decide to do something and then that not have an effect. But that's bullshit, because it's just the shadow. So when you consciously decide to do something, really, like whatever you want to do, whatever you're thinking about doing, there are neural correlates for that are doing causal work. So like why, so it might, maybe it's in some ways like works by itself, but it just then becomes irrelevant to our conversation. That's what I think it is. And ChatGPT isn't saying that. Or maybe ChatGPT is saying that here. There is no possible test case where N occurs, C does not. We observe a difference. More importantly, what I'm saying is there's no possible test case where C occurs, N does not. And never mind the result. There's no way for C to occur where N does not. A shadow can't happen without the fucking person, bro. I'm not sure whether this was in your response, but I think I've got it. The reason MIYAZONO is talking about this stuff is to talk about free will. Namely, the claim that free will does not exist because consciousness is epiphenomenal. Wait, am I about to actually make the same? Am I about to actually come around and agree with him? Which is not impossible because, you know, one reason I've been disagreeing with him is because I reject that there is such a thing as this other conscious layer. And if we accept that, you know, maybe everything does kind of fall into place. We can agree with each other. But I'm not sure if that's what's happening. The reason MIYAZONO is talking about this stuff is to talk about free will, namely the claim that free will does not exist because to reject the claim that free will does not exist because consciousness is epiphenomenal. Sort of more generally, he's trying to answer one's concern that their conscious thoughts don't play a causal role. But for that to be a concern, there can't be a perfect correlation between the neural state and the conscious state. I don't mean the overall neural state. Between the NCCs and the conscious state. Only without a perfect correlation would consciously deciding something be inert. So he is at once saying that conscious activity has perfect biological correlates, that those biological correlates play a causal role, and also that conscious activity may or may not have effect. But all he has to do is say, okay, don't worry, readers. It might not be C that causes B, but you can relax because C is perfectly correlated to N, and that does cause B. Or maybe that's the argument he's going to make. Oh, so he's just working his way around to that. Okay. Okay, but it does feel tortured. But alright, so I'm wrong that, so I do take my negativity back about this paragraph. Okay? Very good. Bop. Bop. So, alright, so we figured out what he's gonna say. I'm pretty sure. Alright, so metaphysical epiphenomenalism says that conscious states are epiphenomenal because the neural correlates of consciousness play all relevant causal roles in producing action. Hence, metaphysically speaking, there is no causal role left for conscious states and processes. And so he's like, but you guys, they're correlated, so it's alright. Got you. Got you. I'm with you, bro. For example, when you consciously decide to raise your right hand, the neural correlate of the conscious decision plays all the causal roles in initiating the physiological processes resulting in you raising your right hand. There's no causal role left for your conscious decision itself. But don't worry, because it is completely unnecessary because its correlates are causal. We call this metaphysical epiphenomenalism because it relies on the metaphysical principle that neural correlates of consciousness exclude consciousness from being causally relevant. Metaphysical phenomenalism is of interest not only to philosophers but also to neuroscientists. For instance, Haggard seems to be committed to metaphysical epiphenomenalism or something similar in the following passage. The material nature of the brain seems to leave no room for conscious decision. See, when you put it like that, that's stupid though, but right. That's perfect for you, isn't it? And MIYAZONO. The material nature of the brain seems to leave no room for conscious decision. No, wait, sorry. I absolutely agree with that sentence, don't I? Hold on a second. The material nature of the brain seems to leave no room for conscious decision. No, I do not like that sentence. I mean, it says seems, so it's not like he's expressing something, but so I object to us talking about conscious decisions. Yeah. And also, like, you're saying the entire decision process was done consciously? Like, ugh, how stupid. Golly. Like, that's another problem with a conscious decision. Entire process experienced, done by soul? The fuck does it mean? The material nature of the brain seems to leave no room for conscious decision. The standard everyday concept of free will suggests that people consciously choose a particular action and then consciously cause the action by an act of conscious will. Neuroscience, however, rejects the idea of person-level, brain-independent consciousness. Therefore, if conscious thought is conceived as brain-independent, it cannot cause actions or any other neural or physical event. We will not address metaphysical epiphenomenalism. We will not address metaphysical epiphenomenalism. So what are we going to address? That's crazy. Instead, we will focus on what we call scientific epiphenomenalism. This is an introduction, so you introduced us to it. Thank you. We thank you. Scientific epiphenomenal. Oh, it is arigato. Oh, sayonara is bye. Arigato, MIYAZONO-san. Scientific epiphenomenalism appeals to some empirical findings in psychology and neuroscience to show that conscious decisions, conscious thoughts, conscious deliberations, and so on have no role to play in determining behavior. Scientific epiphenomenalism does not appeal to the causal exclusion principle or other metaphysical principles. It says that consciousness is epiphenomenal not because the relevant causal role is played by neural correlates, but because, according to psychological and neuroscientific findings, neither conscious states nor their neural correlates play a relevant causal role. Hereafter, epiphenomenalism means scientific epiphenomenalism. Yeah, I would probably... Sorry, I'm getting a little bit confused again because I have to like write down like what I think to compare it. So because experience, right, so experience itself doesn't play a causal role. Processing plays a causal role, and some processes are experienced, and the reason that they are experienced, so like there is something about epiphenomenalism that sings for me. Each thing is every event is sort of a distinct process. A distinct step in the causal web. So I think that there's no central experiencer. Because even you can like experience things and then that isn't recalled during another experience. Is that relevant? I don't know. Alright. I will let that live in the back of my mind. And let's read. Okay. Okay. Scientific epiphenomenalism does not appeal to the causal exclusion principle or other metaphysical principles. And the causal exclusion principle is that neural correlates of consciousness exclude consciousness from being causally relevant. And that's not because the relevant... so it says... So the scientific epiphenomenalism says that consciousness is epiphenomenal, meaning it's like and what we mean by that is that it's not an event that plays a role. It's just like an after the fact little event. Like it's metaphenomenal. Okay? Not because the neural correlates play a role, but that neither the conscious state, nor the neural correlates play a relevant causal role to that decision. So I think maybe I agree with scientific epiphenomenalism. It's hard to agree with the sentence that neural activity doesn't play a role, but I see. Neither conscious states nor their neural correlates play a relevant causal role. I think I agree with that. Hereafter, epiphenomenalism means scientific epiphenomenalism. The next section will introduce some relevant empirical studies and examine whether they genuinely support epiphenomenalism. Before examining these studies, let us be clearer about what the empirical studies need to show in order to sort epiphenomenalism. If epiphenomenalism supports skepticism about free will, then it has to imply that conscious mental states either have no causal role to play whatsoever or play a negligible role. To support such a strong claim, we need some relevant evidence that rules out any significant causal role for conscious mental states. So we call this the causal irrelevance condition. Again, if epiphenomenalism supports skepticism about free will, then it has to be a general claim about all forms of human behavior rather than a local claim about some forms of human behavior. To support such a general claim, we need relevant evidence that can be generalized to all forms of behavior. We call this the generalizability condition for evidence of epiphenomenalism. Our question is whether there are any psychological or neuroscientific studies concerning epiphenomenalism that satisfy both the causal irrelevance condition and the generalizability condition. This will be the topic of the next section. So is there empirical evidence for epiphenomenalism? Section 6.3. So let's talk about the Libet style studies, which you have heard about. We will now examine 3 sets of empirical studies: Libet-style studies of the timing of decisions, situationist studies of the influence of situational factors on human behavior, and Wegener-style studies of the experience of conscious will. Let us begin with Libet-style studies. We call these Libet-style studies because they follow an experimental paradigm set up by Benjamin Libet. Although they are different in their approach, they collectively support the common idea that preparatory brain activities precede conscious decisions or conscious choices. These studies can be taken to show that a decision is already made unconsciously in the brain, and there is no causal role left for conscious decision, which only comes after. Thus, according to Haggard, Libet's result seems to raise profound problems for the concept of human voluntary action by which we live our everyday lives. In particular, if, quote-unquote, I do not cause my actions by my conscious decisions and intentions, but rather my actions are determined by unconscious brain processes, how can I be held responsible for what I do? And that's so funny that there were unconscious processes that literally produced the word I there. This is it's a straw man, it's a stupid fucking assumption, it's folk concepts, but we've been over this. So, the Libet experiment. The pioneering experiment by Libet examined the time when a person forms the conscious intention to perform a simple motor act, as well as the time when the person's brain exhibits preparatory activities for that motor act. The task was simple. Participants performed a sudden flick of their wrist whenever they wanted. The timing of preparatory brain activities was measured by the so-called readiness potential, an electrical charge recordable on the scalp at the vertex. The timing of conscious intention was estimated on the basis of self-report. Participants observed a fast-moving clock on a screen and reported when they first became aware of their conscious intention to act. The results suggest that readiness potential, roughly 550 milliseconds before the act, so about half a second, was reliably observed before the reported conscious intention, which was about 200 milliseconds before the act. So a quarter of a second before the reported conscious intention, was the readiness potential. This result seems to suggest that conscious intention comes too late to initiate the chain of behavioral processes. Libet summarizes his findings as follows. Onsets of RP's readiness potentials regularly begin at least several hundred milliseconds. I'll do a different voice. Onsets of RPs.
He's got pull-up pants. They work just like undies.
Onsets of RPs regularly begin at least several hundred milliseconds before reported times of awareness of any intention to act. In the case of acts performed ad lib, it would appear, therefore, that some neuronal activity associated with the eventual performance of the act has started well before any recallable conscious initiation or intervention is possible. This leads to the conclusion that cerebral initiation, even of a spontaneous voluntary act of the land studied here, can and usually does begin unconsciously. Put another way, the brain decides to initiate, or at least to prepare to initiate the act, before there is any reportable subjective awareness that such a decision has taken place. Isn't that funny how we differentiate between the brain and the subject? More recent studies using the Libet paradigm report more impressive results. An experiment by Chun-Seong Soon and colleagues makes progress on 3 counts. First, the original Libet study uses non-invasive EEG recording, which provides indirect and weak signals of brain activities. In contrast, Soon and colleagues obtain more informative data of brain activities using fMRI. Second, the original Libet study reveals preparatory brain activities that occur 550 milliseconds before the act. In contrast, Soon and colleagues reveal preparatory brain activities 20 times sooner. Or 20 times as soon. 10 seconds before the act, bro. Third, the original Libet study reveals brain activities that are temporarily prior to conscious intentions. I don't know what that means, temporarily prior. Soon and colleagues, in contrast, reveal brain activities that not only are temporarily, temporally, okay. I mean, temporarily, that's fine. I just didn't understand. I thought it meant like transiently. Okay, so I'm going to read it as temporally. Third, the original Libet study reveals brain activities that are temporally prior to conscious intentions. Soon and colleagues, in contrast, reveal brain activities that not only are temporarily prior to a conscious intention to act, but also statistically predict how participants act. I'm not sure what he means by temporarily. Do these studies successfully establish epiphenomenalism? Do they threaten free will? Let us carefully examine Libet-style studies in terms of the causal irrelevance condition and the generalizability condition, beginning with the former. Interestingly, Libet himself does not think that his experimental result satisfies the causal irrelevance condition. He argues that although conscious states occur too late to initiate a physiological process, which seems to be the implication of his study, they are still able to veto or intervene in the process. Oh god, I remember everybody got so excited. Oh yeah, there isn't free will, but there's free won't. The role of conscious free will would be then to initiate a voluntary, not to initiate a voluntary act, but rather to control whether the act takes place. We may view the unconscious initiatives for voluntary actions as bubbling up in the brain. The conscious will then selects which of these initiatives may go forward to an action or which ones to veto and abort, with no act appearing. Lebes's idea, by the way, it's definitely possible that that the processes, and in fact, this is probably what the experiment saw, that the processes, so an action is being prepared, and then it's sent like through a network for execution, and it's when it's sent through that network that the brain has a more sort of global experience of the action, the impending action. And then there is an opportunity for a network associated with this network to intervene, to inhibit that thing, and we experience aspects of that inhibition. Aspects of that inhibition are experienced. Lebes's idea reminds us of the default intervention model in the dual process theory. See Chapter 3 and Chapter 4. Type 1 processes make the default judgment, and Type 2 processes often let that judgment go unchallenged. When necessary, however, Type 2 processes can veto or intervene in that judgment. Similarly, according to Lebes, unconscious processes in the brain make the default decision, and conscious processes, I love how it doesn't say in the brain. Unconscious processes in the brain and conscious processes, some fucking where, often let that decision go unchallenged. When necessary, however, conscious decisions can veto or intervene in that decision. However, Lebes's view is not very popular, and other neuroscientists tend to dismiss his proposal about vetoing. They tend to accept something analogous to the lawyer-client model, according to which the job of conscious processes is not to vote or intervene in unconscious decisions, but only to confabulate about them in a post hoc manner, just like in the case of the Stockings experiment. Love that. Unconscious processes in the brain, conscious processes. Hello, I'm listening. But even setting aside the idea of vetoing, there are other problems concerning the causal irrelevance condition. Lebes-style studies show that preparatory brain activities precede conscious decisions, but this does not necessarily entail that conscious states play no significant role. For example, perhaps conscious decisions do play a significant causal role, but preparatory brain activities are among the causes of conscious decisions. That sings. Note that, well, not the conscious decisions part, but how I would translate that, which would be slightly different, but note that it is not surprising at all that conscious decisions have unconscious or physical causes. Oh, it isn't? Oh, okay. After all, conscious decisions have some causes. Oh, they do? Oh, okay. And these causes have further causes and so on. And when we trace back these chains of causes, we will inevitably find some causal relata that are unconscious or physical. Oh, wow, mind is blown. Similarly, as Alfred Melly has suggested, preparatory brain activities can be Similarly, as Alfred Melly has suggested, preparatory brain activities can be understood as an inclination or an urge to do something. An inclination or urge can influence but not determine behavior. Hey, my friends who are absolutely freaking desperate to think of the brain in terms of folk psychology concepts, here's an option. Determining behavior is the job of conscious decision. This interpretation is consistent with the finding that preparatory brain activities do predict behavior. After all, inclinations or urges do predict one's behavior, but the correlation is far from perfect. Implications or urges do not determine one's behavior. Let us move on to the generalizability condition. Lebes's study involves a simple and rather trivial kind of action, where there is no reason to prefer one option over the other. I.e., so in this case, flicking one's wrist whenever one likes. All options are basically equivalent, e.g., there is no significant difference between flicking one's wrist in one moment and flicking it 10 seconds later. And the decision does not make any difference to the lives of the participants. As Adina Roski's points out, arbitrary action in Lebes's experiment is at best a degenerate case of freedom of the will, one in which what matters about freedom fails to hold. It is certainly interesting if it turns out that consciousness does not play an important role in arbitrary and trivial actions, but it is far from obvious that this result can be generalized for other kinds of actions, including actions with non-equivalent options or actions that really matter, such as deciding where to spend one's holiday or choosing which university to attend. People consciously contemplate and deliberate in those choices and decisions, and it is hard to imagine that their conscious contemplation and deliberation do not have significant roles to play in how people choose and decide. The upshot is that neither the causal irrelevance condition nor the generalizability condition is set. You know what? I wasn't paying attention. You know what would be interesting? You know what would be really interesting? A platform where people like do their homework, you know, like where college students kind of live stream themselves doing their homework.
Got to the point where literally anybody can build a fully working app without knowing how to code. This is based.
If there was a platform where you go to watch people working on things, and it could be anything. It doesn't have to be college students studying for Bio 101. It could be you know, a mechanic, right, working on cars, where you watch people doing academic and professional things, working on things. Now, I have no way of launching that. That would be quite the project. But wouldn't that be cool? Wouldn't that be cool? And that's probably coming soon. Because if you, like, you know, first we have the platforms for the masses, right? Or, you know, you have some games, fucking Snake or whatever, and then you get stuff like Duolingo and Brilliant and things like that. So first you have platforms where you just watch people be silly and you know, and play video games and stuff. But then, yeah, a platform where you go knowing you're looking to see people working on things and to work on things while people are working on things and to help people work on things, right? So you put feedback in the chat. And it's a way to sort of crowdsource ideas. Now, of course, there is going to be a credit issue. But I think that that's probably inevitable in, you know, in with our technology. And so, I mean, it's basically already the case. It's already a credit, you know, issue. And you hear all these stories about SNL did a sketch and, you know, some unknown YouTuber complains, you know. Well, I don't mean complaints in that they shouldn't. Yeah. So what would be our temporary name for that platform? Something about think and do. Pensifaire. 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 That's good. Too long. Let's do one syllable. Fair. Fair means to do or to make. in French. And then, you know, a fair is a place where people gather to sort of look at things people have made. Well, play games, but yeah, and then it's fair because now anyone can sort of have access to these cool, like, academic and professional discussions that typically kind of happen behind closed doors. That's kind of an interesting idea, isn't it? And so yeah, so I should clip this, and then if anyone wants to make the streaming platform fair, actually, can we just look it up really quickly? I think I also need to take a small break, so that's kind of why I'm doing this. Maybe part of the unconscious processes that are leading to this action. Streaming platform for academics. So there's Curiosity Stream. Oh, right, I've heard of that. Stream smarter. Prefer to browse before you buy. No, that's not right. What is Curiosity Stream again? Stop it. I want to know what it is first. Yeah, this is just like documentary, so this is not a streaming as in like live streaming. That's what I have to put. Live streaming platform. Yeah. You know what? I'm gonna ask ChatGPT about this real quick, and then P, and then shake it all off, and get back into it. Probably going to really struggle to find an audience, let alone collaborators on YouTube, Twitch, etc. because people aren't opening those platforms to work on projects. That's not true. They are doing it to like learn, but let's say to see content like mine. This week, for instance, I've been reading and commenting on Philosophy of Psychology by MIYAZONO. Or am I underestimating the niche? I was thinking that a new platform would be cool, although it won't be me making it. A live streaming platform where college students work on homework, teachers grade, people work on their novel, researchers research, you know, the stuff they're not afraid of other people seeing. Like Niall Red, or Niall. I would want him on my platform. Because I think he does like real work. The point is, people who aren't really, whose main goal isn't to showcase, but to develop. The point is, creators whose main goal isn't to showcase but to develop. And of course, people could watch to learn stuff, and could even feel like slash and could even participate to some degree in the work. I guess currently there are music producers making beats on streams, and maybe chess players practicing chess. I would recommend, if this platform would be valuable, and you can make it even if it isn't valuable, right? How many places can you go right now to watch people play video games? I call it fair. Discord. I didn't think at all about Discord. Philosophy. Oh, that's an actual, but that's more performative. Okay, so I just got to keep at it, and we'll see more and more. It's just gonna take patience and dedication. Hmm. All right, well that's interesting. Okay. Let me have some water.
Hey, bro, did you get an email or something?
What's that? Did I get an email? From whom?
Check your email.
Okay, I'll check my email. This to my journal really quickly. That's weird. Whatever. Okay. Alright, so back to it. Oh no, checking my email. Bob over here, great. Okay. Which email? Oh, that's not my email. That's my Apple ID only. I'm not even signed into it. Can you hear me? Maybe you couldn't hear me. That's okay. I can say it louder. That's not my email. That's just my Apple ID. I don't use that for anything. I have arasil@gmail.com. So I don't also use arasil1. I don't even have a profile picture. It's asking me to set it up. Not now. Okay. Where'd you get that email from? I sent you a message and it had that on it. Yeah, no, so it's fine. Oh wow, you gifted me. Brilliant. I hope you enjoy this, Mike. Oh, that's really nice. I'm sure I can still use it. Yeah. Alright, excellent. Yeah. No, my email address, can you like put it in your phone? My email address is arasil@gmail.com. There we go. Okay, gonna close out of this. And you're not the only, my dad has done that. I think my mom keeps asking me. It's just that Arasil got burned. I couldn't use it as my Apple ID, so I just had to make another email address for my Apple ID. But normally all of my Arasil 1 email is supposed to go to, you know, Arasil, so. Alright, anyway. Alright, let's do it for real now. So what are you looking at here? Okay, fewer than 20 pages. We can knock this out in an hour. But then we may have to read another chapter today. I don't know. Okay, so okay, so as Adina Roski's points, let me turn this off too. As Adina Roski's points out, arbitrary action in Lebes's experiment is at best a degenerate case of freedom of the will, one in which what matters about freedom fails to hold. It is certainly interesting if it turns out that consciousness does not play an important role in arbitrary and trivial actions, but it is far from obvious that this result can be generalized for other kinds of actions. I love how here he says consciousness instead of conscious decisions or conscious, events. Because consciousness, I don't think plays a role. A decision of which you may be conscious does. Anyway, it is certainly interesting if it turns out that consciousness does not play an important role in arbitrary and trivial actions, but it is far from obvious that this result can be generalized for other kinds of actions, including actions with non-equivalent options or actions that really matter, such as deciding where to spend one's next holiday or choosing which university to attend. People consciously contemplate and deliberate Says who? People consciously contemplate and deliberate in those choices and decisions, and it is hard to imagine that their conscious contemplation and deliberation do not have significant roles to play in how people choose and decide. Yeah, that would be hard to imagine, bro. The upshot is that neither the causal irrelevance condition nor the generalizability condition is satisfied by Lebet style studies. Oh, because it's just arbitrary action. Okay. You're saying no Lebet style studies successfully simulated like an actual important action. You just put someone in the scanner and, you know, you're about to lock into an investment and really have them do it. You're going to lock into an investment in this stock or this stock. We want to see you evaluate. Get some brokers. Put them into a scanner. See what happens. They don't... I mean, I know that hasn't been done yet, but it just seems like such a simple experiment to do that saying that all of base style studies don't, you know, satisfy the generalizability. It's just, that's just a practical thing. I guess we just haven't done it yet. Put a broker in. Put a broker in. Alright, situationist studies. The second body of evidence for epiphenomenalism comes from situationist studies. The studies are all distinct, but collectively support a common idea. The external situation plays a bigger role in determining people's behavior than one might think. I'm sorry, I misread that. The external situation plays a bigger role in determining people's behavior than some fucking piece of shit dumbass might think. These studies show that behavior is largely determined by external situations, that external situations have an impact on unconscious and automatic processes, and that there is not much of a role left for conscious processes. Thus, according to John Barr, the more we know about the situational causes of psychological phenomena, the less need we have for postulating internal conscious mediating process to explain these phenomena. It is hard to escape the forecast that as knowledge progresses regarding psychological phenomena, there will be less of a role played by free will or conscious choice in accounting for them. And that was on page 1 of his article. It's probably in the intro. Okay. The Good Samaritan Study. A classic study of John Darley and Daniel Batson was inspired by the parable of the Good Samaritan in the Bible, in which a priest did not help a suffering stranger on a road, while a Samaritan did. Darley and Batson investigate the role of the external situation in people's helping behavior. Participants, who were seminary students, first answered personality questionnaires concerning their religious beliefs and commitments, and then were asked to move to another building in which they were supposed to do the next task. The next task was to express their thoughts either on the jobs in which seminary students would be effective, the task-relevant condition, or on the parable of the Good Samaritan, the helping-relevant condition. Some participants were told to move to another building quickly because they were late, the high-hurry condition, while others were told that they were ahead of schedule, the low-hurry condition. When participants passed through an alley to the other building, they encountered a man who was in need, sitting in a doorway, head down, not moving, coughing, and groaning. The result of the study indicates that participants in the low-hurry condition were more likely to offer help than participants in the high-hurry condition. In contrast, other factors such as thinking about the parable of the Good Samaritan, the helping relevant condition, or types of religious personality, e.g. being committed to religion for its own sake rather than as means to another end, did not predict helping behavior. I'm surprised by that. Parable of the Good Samaritan did not predict helping behavior in seminary students? Wow. This result seems to show that what is most relevant to helping behavior is the situation in which the agents find themselves, such as whether participants are in the high hurry situation or the low hurry situation. Personality or conscious thoughts, even those that are directly relevant to helping, did not influence helping behavior. Seems irrelevant. There are definitely times, this seems stupid, there are definitely times when thoughts of which we are conscious play a role in helping behavior. It's not the consciousness itself that's playing a role, it's the thoughts that are playing a role. I don't know about this. Like, what? Like, that just seems like a mistake, an accident, a mistake of the experiment. I mean, you're not gonna say that the things that you're thinking about don't influence your behavior. Well, I know he's not gonna say that, but he's not gonna say that anyone tried to say that, is he? Darley and Batson note that this conclusion is consistent with the parable of the Good Samaritan. The priest, who did not offer help while the Samaritan did, was probably busier than the Samaritan. For other situationist studies, some of which are now ethically controversial, see box 6A. I'm going to see box 6A. So here are some influential but controversial situationist studies. So there's the bystander effect, obedience to authority, and the Stanford prison experiment, which we mentioned. So the bystander effect by Latané and Darley. In an emergency situation, participants were much more likely to intervene and offer help if they were on their own. The presence of bystanders inhibited intervention. Let's oh, you can go ahead and do it. Let's see what happens. It might be, but let's see what happens. And I'll, you can finish whatever. Obedience to authority by Milgram. The behavior of participants was influenced by the instructions of an experimenter who appeared to be an authority figure, to the point that participants acted against their best judgment and contrary to their personal values, albeit reluctantly. 3. Stanford Prison Experiment by Haney, Banks, and Zimbardo. In an experiment requiring participants to behave as either guards or prisoners, their behavior was heavily influenced by the arbitrarily assigned roles, e.g., guards abused their power over prisoners. Do situationist studies satisfy the generalizability condition and the causal irrelevant condition? It is not clear that the causal irrelevance condition is really satisfied by the results of situationist studies. Remember that Barg said in the quote above that the more we know about the situational causes of psychological phenomena, the less need we have for postulating internal conscious mediating process. To explain these phenomena. But this does not necessarily rule out the possibility that conscious processes play at least some causal role. Situationist experiments reveal that situational factors influence people's behavior, but these factors do not seem to fully determine behavior. After all, not all people behave in the same way in a particular situation. That's such a crazy point to make. Relevance, please. For example, not all participants in the high hurry condition failed to help, and not all participants in the low hurry condition offered help. The Good Samaritan study suggests that consciously thinking about a parable where a stranger in trouble receives help, the helping relevant condition, does not significantly increase the likelihood of actually helping a stranger. But this does not necessarily mean that all forms of conscious thinking have no effect on behavior. No, it doesn't, and you don't need the word conscious in there. For example, even if consciously thinking about a parable where a stranger in trouble receives help does not increase the likelihood of helping, the conscious and explicit intention to help a stranger might increase the likelihood of helping. You know what else is wild about that? Is I keep wondering, what if you had done the opposite? Because actually there's a narrative where reading a story about someone being too busy to help and then someone else coming along and helping could prime the participant. Oh, I haven't turned this on. Could prime the participant to think, hey, it's okay if I don't help, someone else can come along and help. So that's interesting, but I guess there's no correlation, so there also wasn't a negative correlation. Also, by having run this simulation of helping someone, you could feel almost satisfied. Oh, helping has happened. So now when you come across this other person, there could be kind of a quota in the brain of, and that would make sense to evolve that way, where there's an impulse to help, but if you've done like a lot of anything, that there's less of that impulse, right? A negative feedback loop, right? All right, for example, not all participants in the high hurry condition failed to help, and not all participants in the low hurry condition offered to help. The Good Samaritan study suggests that consciously thinking about a parable... You know what? I think that this line just really speaks volumes about the author. That he sees us as being like these magical souls, doesn't realize that we are, each person is a different processor from the next. Because, no, right, external factors do not fully, well, no, they do fully, you can say that they fully determine behavior in sort of what they trigger in the person, but there are different things that they can trigger in the person, right? Different people have different things to be triggered. So the factors don't fully determine the behavior, in that you can tell from the factors what the behavior is. But if you know what the factors are plus what they're going to trigger, then yes, you could know what the result, what the output, what the behavior is going to be, I think. I'm going to note that. Yeah, does the author know people are different? Like, so let me say that differently. The factors could fully determine behavior, but still be determining different behaviors because people are freaking different, bro. The Good Samaritan study suggests that consciously thinking about a parable where a stranger in trouble receives help, the helping relevant condition, does not significantly increase the likelihood of actually helping a stranger. But this does not necessarily mean that all forms of conscious thinking have no effect on behavior. For example, even if consciously thinking about a parable where a stranger in trouble receives help does not increase the likelihood of helping, the conscious and explicit intention to help a stranger might increase the likelihood of helping. Conscious and explicit intention, even if the thinking... The results of situationist studies do not seem to satisfy the generalizability condition either. Remember that Lebet-style studies mainly look at rather uninteresting and trivial actions, such as randomly flicking one's wrist, which invites worries about its generalizability. Relevant actions in situationist studies are not as uninteresting and trivial as the ones in Lebet-style studies, but a similar worry can be raised. For instance, the Good Samaritan study put participants in the high hurry condition in a situation in which they needed to make a decision, e.g., helping a person in need rather quickly, with little time for careful deliberation. In a sense, it is not surprising that conscious and slow processes, or type 2 processes, do not play a significant role when people do not have enough time to deliberate. No, that is not surprising. The crucial question is not whether conscious and slow processes have roles to play when people do not have time for careful deliberation, but whether they have roles to play when people do have the time. I'm just like so mad. He said I'm not going to talk about consciousness. This chapter presumes so many unpresumable things about consciousness. Hinges, in fact, on his concept of consciousness that many people share. Well, that we all share, really. Even if I reject it, part of me definitely subscribes to it. The crucial question is not whether conscious and slow processes have roles to play when people do not have time for careful deliberation, but whether they have roles to play when people do have the time. People usually spend a relatively long time examining and evaluating options before making important decisions in their lives, such as decisions concerning their career or marriage. I don't think this guy has met human beings, to be honest. They spent a lot of time before it. I don't know about this examining and evaluating options. He hasn't heard of satisficing. Is the role of conscious decision making in these important decisions as small as the role of conscious decision making in the urgent decision about whether to help a stranger in need? Are these important decisions influenced by situational factors as strongly as the urgent decision about whether to help a stranger in need? Our conclusion is that situationist studies do not satisfy either the causal or relevance condition or the generalizability condition. Now, how about Wegener-style studies? Further evidence for epiphenomenalism comes from Wegener-style studies of the experience of conscious will. We call them Wegener-style studies because Daniel Wegener is the central figure in this line of research. Both Libet-style studies and situationist studies aim to identify some causal factors, i.e., preparatory brain activities or situational factors, that explain human behavior, and thereby... Let me read that again. Wegener-style studies. Further evidence for epiphenomenalism comes from Wegener-style studies of the experience of conscious will. We call them Wegener-style studies because Daniel Wegener is the central figure in this line of research. Both Libet-style studies and situationist studies aim to identify some causal factors, like preparatory brain activities or situational factors, preparatory brain activities or situational factors, that explain human behavior, and thereby deny or at least de-emphasize the relevance of conscious processes. Wegener-style studies, in contrast, have a rather different aim. The target of these studies is the experience of conscious will, i.e., feeling as if one is consciously willing an action, as responsible for the occurrence of the action. Wegener-style studies reveal that conscious will is an illusion, in the sense that the experience of consciously willing an action is not a direct indication that the conscious thought has caused the action. Alright, so this is going to be interesting. See what's up. So let's look at the I Spy experiment. In one study, Daniel Wegener and Talia Wheatley revealed an illusory experience of conscious will. A participant was teamed up with another participant who was in fact a Confederate, meaning they were working with the researchers doing as they were told, and they were asked to jointly move a cursor on a screen that was filled with various objects. Oh, I know this. Taken from the book I Spy by Jean Marzolo and Walter Wick. They controlled the cursor by moving a square board attached to a computer mouse and stopped every 30 seconds or so. In some cases, the Confederate knowingly exerted influence to stop the cursor at a particular object, the forced stop condition. In other cases, the Confederate let the participant stop the cursor without exerting any influence, the unforced stop condition. At each step, the participant was asked to indicate the degree of personal intentionality concerning the stop using a scale with I allowed the stop to happen at one end, and I intended to make the stop at the other. During the experiment, the participant listened to some words through headphones and was told that the words were random distractions. It turned out, however, that the words were manipulated. In particular, in the forced stop condition, in which the Confederate intentionally forced the cursor to stop in an object, e.g. a swan, there was a corresponding word heard by the participant through their headphones, e.g. swan, that primed that result. The result suggests that in the forced stop condition, the rating of intentionality was influenced and manipulated by the priming words and when they were heard. The rating was relatively low when the word was heard 30 seconds before the forced stop, or 1 second after it, while the rating was relatively high, the rating of their own intentionality, was relatively high when the word was heard immediately before, 1 second to 5 seconds before the forced stop. For example, if a participant heard swan 1 second before the Confederate forced the cursor to stop at a swan on the screen, the participant judged the stop to be their own intentional action. These are the cases in which, according to Wegener and Wheatley, the participant went through an illusory experience of conscious will. I mean, he's just going to say it's a post hoc rationalization, confabulation. Oh yeah, I probably did will that. After all, I heard that word and stopped on that thing. Yeah, I probably was the one who did that. The experience of will can be created by the manipulation of thought and action in accord with the principle of priority, and this experience can occur even when the person's thought cannot have created the action. This is certainly an interesting result, but does it support epiphenomenalism? I don't think anything would support epiphenomenalism for this guy, to be honest with you. Wegener-style studies seem to have a problem with the generalizability condition. So yeah, just don't count any lab research ever to understand psychology. Any psychological research, just don't count it. These experiments, no, I'm being a little bit unfair. Wegener-style studies seem to have a problem with the generalizability condition. These experiments do show that experiences of conscious will are illusory in special cases, e.g. in the I Spy experiment, but it would be far-fetched to conclude from this that experiences of conscious will are illusory all the time. The inductive argument from conscious will is illusory in some cases to conscious will is illusory in all cases does not seem to be compelling. No, not to someone who doesn't want to follow the evidence, bro. Indeed, Wegener himself acknowledges that cases like the I Spy experiment are not typical. With respect to the experience of conscious will, he distinguishes 4 cases. 1. Normal voluntary experience of conscious will. 1. Normal voluntary action, where X performs an act A and X has the conscious experience of willing A. 2. Normal inaction, where X does not perform A and X does not have the conscious experience of willing A. 3. Automatism, where X performs A and does not have the conscious experience of willing A. And 4. Illusion of control, where X does not perform A and has the conscious experience of willing A. The I Spy experiment belongs to this last category. It is certainly true that the conscious experience of will is illusory in the fourth category, but it does not seem to be illusory in the first category, into which Wegener admits most of the things we do in everyday life seem to fall. The third category being automatism. Oh no, we're talking about the first category. Normal voluntary action. The results of Wegener-style studies do not satisfy the causal irrelevance condition either. Fine, it doesn't satisfy the generalizability condition, okay? Now, what about the causal irrelevance condition? Wegener takes his studies to show that the processes that are responsible for producing the experience of conscious will are distinct. Yes, because this is something that I was thinking when you first introduced these studies. There are processes whose job it is to produce the experience of conscious will, to say, hey, we did this. And those are distinct, according to Wegener, from the processes that are actually responsible for producing the actual behavior. The processes that produce action are unconscious and automatic processes. I mean, they can be consciously experienced, but we've been over this. And also, all processes are automatic, but we've been over this. The processes that produce action are unconscious and automatic processes. We call this the automaticity thesis. While the processes that are responsible for the experience of conscious will are the processes that compare thoughts and actions. Okay? In particular, for the experience of conscious will, the thought should occur before the action, be consistent with the action, and not be accompanied by other potential causes. We call this the matching model of conscious will. We agree that Wegener-style studies support the matching model. In the I Spy experiment, for example, the experience of conscious will was produced because a priming word, swan, was heard just before the act of stopping the cursor on a swan on the screen. However, it is not clear how Wegener-style studies support the automaticity thesis. Note that the automaticity thesis and the matching model are different claims, and the former does not follow from the latter. Wegener's matching model is perfectly consistent with the idea that conscious thoughts play a significant causal role. If the results of the Wegener-style studies do not support the automaticity thesis, then the causal irrelevance condition is not met. In fact, when it comes to the automaticity thesis, Wegener appeals to other studies such as situationist and automaticity studies. But then Wegener-style studies do not constitute a new challenge to free will. I'm not following. One moment. Okay. So, I'm going to have to spend a bit of time on this. So, the automaticity thesis is that the processes that produce action are unconscious. Okay, so that's one piece of it, that they're automatic processes. And that the processes that are responsible for producing the experience of conscious will, processes that are responsible for the conscious will are distinct from the processes that are responsible for the behavior, which are conscious and automatic. Okay, we've got the automaticity thesis. The automaticity thesis is that your experience of conscious will is produced by some processes, and you had a conscious will about a certain behavior, but that behavior is produced by different processes. Okay, no problem. I mean, some, but yeah, thinking that, yeah, anyway, okay. I understand it, is my point. Okay, now, the matching model. So the matching model, so for the experience of conscious will, okay, so in the matching model, they say, no. Conscious will doesn't happen unless The thought occurred before the action, it's consistent with the action, and is not accompanied by other potential causes. What? So then how do Wegner-style studies support the matching model? Okay, I don't understand the matching model yet. For the experience of conscious will, for example, the experience of conscious will was produced because a priming word swan was heard just before the act of stopping the cursor on a swan on the screen. However, it is Alright, I gotta ask, oh shit. I gotta ask ChatGPT. So what the matching model says in terms that Eris might be okay with. The experience of willing an action occurs when a thought about an action matches the action along certain dimensions. Okay. 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 I just didn't understand that. But I also don't understand it because I mean it's a Wegner whose explanation I don't really understand, because he said and not be accompanied by other potential causes. All right, no, I think it's fine, like 80%. Okay, so anyway, Wegner showed with this experiment that you know, because the thought of doing the swan occurred before the stopping of the mouse, that it's consistent with the stopping of the mouse on the swan, and the participant doesn't know that the other person is a Confederate. So I don't know, I guess 80%. All right, whatever. And then the automaticity thesis, although I understand it's stupid, so I'm not even going to try to wrap my mind around the point being made here. However, it is not clear how Wegner-style studies support the automaticity thesis. Note that the automaticity thesis and the matching model are different claims. The former does not follow from the latter. Wegner's matching model is perfectly consistent with the idea that conscious thoughts play a significant causal role. If the results of the Wegner-style studies do not support the automaticity thesis, then the causal irrelevance condition is not met. In fact, when it comes to the automaticity thesis, Wegner appeals to other studies such as situationist and automaticity studies. But then Wegner-style studies do not constitute a new challenge to free will distinct from the situationist challenge already discussed. Thus, neither the causal irrelevance condition nor the generalizability condition is satisfied by Wegner-style studies. So I'm just going to put that I don't understand. I'm not sure I understand this. So I can review that. Section 6.4, implicit bias and responsibility. Okay. Implicit bias, a case study. Let us summarize the discussion so far. We have yet to see any good empirical evidence for epiphenomenalism. We have discussed three kinds of empirical research: Lebet-style research, situationist research, and Wegner-style research. none of which satisfies the causal irrelevance condition and the generalizability condition simultaneously. The argument for epiphenomenalism is therefore not supported by the available evidence from psychology and neuroscience, at least for now. But this does not mean that those engaged in philosophical discussions about free will cannot learn anything from psychology and neuroscience. Although we could not find good evidence for radical skepticism about free will, studies in psychology and neuroscience provide us with good reasons to accept a partial or moderate form of skepticism, according to which we are not as free and responsible as we might have thought. Moderate skepticism has at least two dimensions. First, people's freedom is limited in the sense that they are free and responsible in fewer cases than we might have thought. For instance, Levi-style studies show that people are not free with respect to some simple behaviors, such as flicking their wrists. This falls short of a general form of epiphenomenalism, but it is still an interesting finding. Without Lebes's experiment, we might have continued to think that people can flick their wrists freely and spontaneously whenever they like. I mean, they can. It's just that it's caused. I know I'm going to sound like a compatibilist, but anyway. Second, people's freedom is also limited in the sense that they are free and responsible to a lesser degree than we might have thought. Situationist studies, for example, show that agents are not fully free and responsible for their actions and choices. Whoa, you just sneaked in responsibility. Oh, gosh. And I don't understand how you can be just partially free. But I don't even think it's worth understanding. That is because behavior may be influenced by factors that are not known to them, as in the case of agents failing to stop and help a stranger in need when they are in a hurry. They didn't know they were in a hurry? What do you mean? This does not amount to fully fledged epiphenomenalism, but it is still an interesting finding. Without the Good Samaritan experiment, we might have continued to think that agents were mostly responsible for all their actions and choices. If moderate skepticism is correct, our question about free will and responsibility is not, are humans free/responsible, but rather, what are the cases in which humans are free/responsible? And to what degree are we free/responsible in those cases? I want to say something I haven't said. The brain has to believe. It is important for you, in some ways, to believe that you have free will. Because, again, when I say that sentence, that's being processed by these physical mechanisms. That is going to have an effect on the activity of these physical mechanisms, right? So if I tell you nothing you do matters, well then you're just gonna go like this, and then, well, but that matters. So I'm not telling you nothing that you do or that you think matters. You know what, this guy exhausts me so much that I don't even know what I'm telling you right now. So if moderate skepticism is correct, our question about free will and responsibility is not, are humans free/responsible, but rather, what are the cases in which humans are free/responsible, and to what degree are we free/responsible in those cases? These questions should be discussed on a case-by-case basis with the results of the relevant psychological and neuroscientific studies taken into account. The most interesting questions are those concerning borderline cases, namely those cases in which, have you even proposed a mechanism by which free choices could happen? Have you offered any evidence, reviewed any studies that show us freedom? Or do you just keep going, oh no, but actually, I don't really know if that study shows a lack of freedom. I don't really think that study shows a lack of freedom conclusively enough. And this is the problem of induction. Okay, which I don't think this guy understood, because he used a name that, I mean, the author he was talking about used, and said that it was a problem for that thing. It's a problem for all of knowledge. If moderate skepticism is correct, our question about free will and responsibility is not whether humans are free or responsible, but when they are free and responsible, and to what degree they are free and responsible. These questions should be discussed on a case-by-case basis, with the results of the relevant psychological and neuroscientific studies taken into account. The most interesting questions are those concerning borderline cases, namely those cases in which it is not obvious that agents possess freedom and responsibility given the empirical data and the philosophical consensus. But it is not obvious that agents lack freedom and responsibility either. As a case study, we will now discuss responsibility for implicit biases. Remember the case of Elsa, mentioned in the introduction to this volume. Elsa thinks of herself as an egalitarian person who respects everybody and treats people equally, irrespective of ethnic origin or skin color. It turns out, however, that she has been implicitly biased in a systematic manner. Some of her everyday behaviors are not coherent with her self-image. She tends to ignore her Nigerian secretary, avoid sitting next to Asian passengers on public transport, and so on. Implicit biases can be ethically problematic. For example, Elsa might be responsible for hiring people in the company where she works, and if her evaluations are implicitly biased, this could have serious consequences for the candidates and their career. She might evaluate the CV of a white candidate as stronger than the CV of a black candidate, although the CVs are just as strong. Alternatively, Elsa might be an armed police officer, and her reaction to a suspect might be implicitly biased, which could have serious and even fatal consequences for the suspect and people in the community. If a stranger on the street holds an object that cannot be identified immediately, Elsa might be quicker to regard the object as a gun if it is held by a black suspect than if it were held by a white suspect. Implicit biases are implicit in a psychological sense. They are not accessible via introspection, and people do not have peculiar access to them. Peculiar just meaning like special direct access that's different from how you know or observe other things. We saw that in chapter 2. You can look at the self-knowledge chapter 2. Okay. Elsa does not have introspective or peculiar access to her biases. Implicit biases are implicit also in a methodological sense. They are studied by implicit measures and tests, such as the implicit association test, more on this below, that do not rely on self-report. Implicit biases are biases in a descriptive sense. Implicitly biased behavior deviates from what people take themselves to be. Elsa thinks that she is ethnically and racially egalitarian, but her actual behavior says otherwise. Implicit biases are also biases in a normative sense. So we have the normative, the methodological, the descriptive, the methodological, and the psychological sense.
Always having a hard time choosing what to eat for dinner? Nothing hits like home cooking with Hello Fresh.
Implicitly biased behavior deviates from the way people ought to behave. That's the normative sense. Elsa ought to treat her Nigerian secretary in the same way that she treats her white colleagues, but she fails to do so. Implicit bias can refer to implicitly biased behavior, e.g., Elsa's implicitly discriminatory behavior against her Nigerian secretary. They can also refer to underlying psychological processes, e.g., the underlying psychological processes that give rise to Elsa's discriminatory behavior. Similar but not synonymous expressions are implicit attitudes, e.g., Elsa's implicit negative attitude towards black people, and implicit associations, e.g., Elsa's implicit association between black people and violence. The implicit association test. Implicit biases or implicit associations are often measured with the implicit association test, developed by Mazarin Banaji, who did not agree to an interview. She said she's retiring, unfortunately. Hidden biases of good people. I think it came out like kind of recently, like 2018. And Tony Greenwald. The best way to understand this test is to take it yourself at Project Implicit, which I highly recommend. In fact, I think you are an irresponsible shithead if now that I have told you that there is a test to see how you judge, women relative to men, blacks relative to whites, olds relative to youngs. If you don't do it within 1 week of having heard that this exists, you've done it, right? Great job. Then, screw you. Okay, so, alright, so the best way to understand this test is to take it yourself online at Project Implicit. In the race version of the IAT, there are many other versions too, including one about age, one about gender, and one about disability. For example, words appear one by one at the center of a screen. Your first task is to assign words by pressing keys to one of two categories as quickly and accurately as possible. Assign a word to the right-hand side of the screen if the word means something good, and assign a word to the left-hand side if it means something bad. For example, when the word pleasure appears, you should assign it to the right-hand side. The next stage is similar but slightly different. Photos of faces appear one by one at the center of the screen, and your task is to assign the faces to one of two categories. Assign a photo to the right-hand side of the screen if it is the face of a white person, and assign a photo to the left-hand side of the screen if it is the face of a black person. Also, you can find on my channel footage of me taking the tests, and I think it was a moderate preference for white people over black people. Implicitly. Okay. And that is going to affect my judgments, my behavior, and so on. So I want to see what he has to say about all this. But it's probably just going to wipe me out, bro. So if you see the word pleasure, okay, right side. If you see the word white, okay, right side. If you see the word good, okay, right side. Did I say white side? Okay, right side. If you see the word war, okay, left side. If you see the word rose, okay, right side. If you see a picture of Martin Luther King, okay, left side, because you're supposed to put the black people on that side. And, and it switches up, right? Sometimes it's a bad word with white faces, good words, and black faces. Anyway, I'll let him explain. So, for example, when the face of somebody who looks like Denzel Washington appears, you don't have to actually look like him. I think he's just saying when a black face appears. I don't know. When the face of somebody who looks like Denzel Washington appears, I don't see color, but he looks like Denzel Washington, you should assign it to the left-hand side. Next comes the crucial part of the test, where the previous two tasks are combined. Some words or photos of faces appear one by one at the center of the screen, and your task is to assign them to one of two categories. Assign it to the right-hand side of the screen if it is either a good word or a white face, and assign it to the left-hand side of the screen if it is either a bad word or a black face. You then do almost the same task, except that the word face pairs are switched. Assign it to the right-hand side of the screen if it is either a good word or a black face, and assign it to the left-hand side of the screen if it is either a bad word or a white face. The IAT calculates your score on the basis of the speed and accuracy of your performance. Many people find the task after the switch with the good black pair and the bad white pair, or the GBBW task for short, more difficult than the previous task with the good white pair and the bad black pair, or the GWBB task for short. People are slower and make more mistakes in the GBBW task than in the GWBB task. In fact, some vividly feel the difficulty of the GBBW task as well as a slowdown in their performance while undertaking it. Greenwald recalls his own experience, and he's the one who came up with it. I don't think Mazarin actually came up with it. She didn't invent it. I just realized that they said it was developed by both of them. I guess she probably contributed to it. Okay, great. So Greenwald recalls his own experience of the first IAT, which was about flowers and insects rather than about white people and black people. I had to press the left key for flower names or unpleasant words and the right one for insect names or pleasant words. Within a few seconds, I could see that this was difficult. After slowly completing a series of 50 key presses at this task, I assumed that I would soon overcome this difficulty by practicing the task another few times. Wrong. I repeated the task several times. I did not improve at all. Then I tried just forcing myself to respond rapidly to each word. The result was frustration. I made frequent errors pressing the wrong key. The fact that the GBBW task is more difficult than the GWBB task for many people is explained by their implicit mental associations. They implicitly associate black people with bad things and white people with good things, which explains why the GWBB task is natural and easy, while the GBBW task is unnatural and difficult. The IAT is influential in the implicit bias literature, but there are several things to be said about it. Yeah, I bet. First, the IAT is not the only game in town. There are some other measures of implicit processes, and they can yield different results. For example, the results of these other measures can conflict with one another. Okay, to be fair, I did not know about these other measures at all, so let's see what's going on. They can conflict with each other, which challenges the assumption that implicit bias is a single and unitary state of mind. Second, the IAT measures implicit mental associations, e.g., Elsa's mental association between black people and bad things. But it does not measure implicitly biased behavior, e.g., Elsa's biased behavior toward her Nigerian secretary. Well, I read the book. All right. I read Benaji and Greenwald's book, okay? They addressed this. They did studies and saw that implicit bias in the thinking turned up in the behavior. Don't remember the details, to be honest. So let's look that up, but not now. So it is an empirical question whether the IAT score of a person is correlated with their implicitly biased behavior. IAT scores seem to be correlated with some behavior or microbehavior, such as eye contact, blinking, etc., but there is controversy over whether the race IAT scores successfully predict significant implicit racist behavior or attitudes in real life. It wasn't like 100%, but it was predictive. Awareness and control. It is tempting to think that Elsa is not responsible or blameworthy for her implicit biases toward her Nigerian secretary, or at the very least, the degree of her responsibility is very small. On the implicit biases about sex, Jennifer Saul writes, "A person should not be blamed for an implicit bias of which they are completely unaware that results solely from the fact that they live in a sexist culture. Why the fuck not?" Oh, okay, not blamed, but they're responsible for it. Even once they become aware that they are likely to have implicit biases, they do not instantly become able to control their biases, so they should not be blamed for them. I disagree, Miss Saul. I disagree. They don't instantly become able to control their biases. That's absolutely true. And I swear to God, if this author agrees with that, I'm going to be pissed at this author because what, he thinks that conscious decisions can happen, but free will can happen, but it's just not instantaneous. At what speed do these magical processes happen then? Why not make it instantaneous? Why can't they go back in time, in fact? As soon as everybody who has ears should be aware in 2026, the evidence is out there that, I mean, actually since fucking Freud, that there is a mental activity contributing to our behaviors and our judgments of which we are not aware and which cannot be easily modified. Okay? So then, if you know that, if you have any value at all as a human being on this earth, then one, you are instantly becoming humble about your decisions. You are saying, hey, look, I'm a hiring manager. Make sure I don't see like the names or any information that's going to indicate their ethnicity or sex. Two, you're reading more about it. You're noticing it in your behavior. You're signing up for fucking training programs. I mean, especially if your guaranteed implicit biases can have any consequence. This passage contains at least two arguments for the view that people are not responsible or blameworthy for their implicit biases. First, biases are implicit, and hence people are not aware of their biases. Except in the fucking self-knowledge section, you talked about how we can't see much just from the inside, but we can absolutely like look at our behavior, our inner speech, our mental imagery, and try to observe those to understand, you know, how we're interpreting things, you know, what our mechanisms are. So, which is why I just mentioned that you start noticing your behavior, observing it, noticing your own thoughts and so on. I noticed that I'm quicker to anger when I was in Paris. My classic example is that when I would see white kids put their feet up on the chairs, so I had gotten scolded for it, you know, on public transportation. Sorry, I didn't say that. On public transportation for putting my feet up on the, you know, on the seat. When I see white people do it, I'm like, ah, yeah, you know, gosh, I hate to say it, but oh, they're like me. Just they don't know. They're just not thinking about it, whatever. And then I see some, you know, Arab teenagers doing it. And all of a sudden, oh, wow, they're just trying to show that, you know, I could feel it. I could feel me interpreting it as intentional and offensive and unforgivable. Don't tell me I'm just that amazing and special. You're just that lazy and fucking stupid, bro. Not you personally. Well, probably, but anybody who isn't noticing how they judge people differently. Anybody continuing to claim that they don't, or saying, oh, what am I gonna do? This passage contains at least two blah, blah, blah. First, biases are implicit, and hence people are not aware of their biases. They cannot be responsible for something of which they are not aware. And, you know, that really just relies on an idea. Because it's just not that awareness, I just don't think is that clean cut. Anyway, they cannot be responsible for something of which they are not aware. And let us call this the argument from awareness. But they are aware that they have implicit biases. They might not be aware of what their specific biases are, so they are responsible to investigate them, and they are responsible to expose themselves to the likely targets of their implicit biases. Second, biases work automatically and are thus beyond a person's control. Again, he has never defined control. That is a pretty meaningless fucking concept, and everything is automatic. But if control means that it is affected by the values in the system, you know, like the preferences and the objectives that are sort of established in the system, something can work automatically and still be affected by things. Did you know that? Did you fucking know that? That things can... Did you know that if I actually can't think of a good example right now. I guess I was going to pretend like I just got too frustrated, but I actually just couldn't think of a good example. They cannot be responsible for something over which they do not have control. Okay, but the awareness, verbal person... Let us call... Okay, I could have continued that, but I'm honestly so tired, and this is going to take forever if I say the same objections every time. Let us call this the argument from dumbassholery. I'm sorry, the argument from control. The argument from awareness and the argument from control are open to different interpretations, depending on what is meant by awareness and control. Okay, thank you. Thank you. You're still in the negatives for this chapter, but thank you. One might be able to distinguish direct awareness/control from indirect awareness/control. Direct awareness means introspective or peculiar awareness without observation of behavioral cues. Great job. And indirect awareness means any other form of awareness that is not direct. Crucially, indirect awareness includes scientific awareness. Thank you. Thank you, bro. Great job. Really great job. Great job. So great. I know you're setting yourself up to fuck it up, but that's alright. We reward what we can, bro. Crucially, indirect awareness includes scientific awareness, such as how one can be aware of one's own biases by taking a test such as the IAT, or by reading a news article about the pervasive impact of racial implicit biases. Direct control means immediate and voluntary control, namely the kind of control one has over one's intentional body action. You mean like flicking a wrist? Indirect control, in contrast, means any other form of control that is not direct. Crucially, indirect control includes scientific interventions, such as those kinds of interventions that have been studied in the psychological literature. Okay, or a change of values. With the direct/indirect distinction, we can formulate two versions of each argument. Argument from direct awareness. Premise 1. People lack direct awareness of their implicit biases. Premise 2. Responsibility for implicit biases is incompatible with the lack of direct awareness of them. Conclusion. Therefore, people are not responsible for their biases. So my problem would be with premise, actually probably with both, because but especially this one. Okay, argument from direct and indirect. No, direct. Okay, fine. Argument from direct and indirect awareness. Premise 1. People lack direct and indirect awareness of their implicit biases. Fuck you. Premise 2. Responsibility for implicit biases is incompatible with the lack of direct and indirect awareness of them. Yeah, that could work. Conclusion. Therefore, people are not responsible for their biases. Argument from direct control. Premise 1. People lack direct control of their implicit biases. Premise 2. Responsibility for implicit biases is incompatible with the lack of direct control of them. Therefore, people are not responsible for their biases. Argument from direct and indirect control. People lack direct and indirect control of their implicit biases. Responsibility for implicit biases is incompatible with the lack of direct and indirect control of them. Conclusion, therefore, people are not responsible for their biases. We call premise 1 of each argument the psychological premise and premise 2 of each argument the philosophical premise. We will examine each of these arguments below. Our conclusion will be that none of them succeeds in establishing the conclusion that people are not responsible for their biases. Oh, what a relief. Oh my god. And thank you also for skipping to the point, for giving us a little peek ahead, because, alright, that gave me a little boost. Due to limitations of space, however, we will not examine all premises of each argument one by one. There weren't that many, bro. Instead, we will focus on one premise in each argument, except for the argument from direct and indirect awareness, namely the premise that we take to be particularly problematic in each one. Great, okay. I also had one in each that I thought was problematic. Let us begin with the argument from direct and indirect control. This argument is problematic because of its psychological premise, that people lack direct and indirect control of their... Okay, I agree. Of their implicit biases. We can grant, for the sake of argument, that people do not have direct control over their implicit biases. E.g., Elsa is not able to control her biases in the same way that she controls her imagination when she is mentally combining parts of different creatures. What the fuck does that mean? Such as the head of a lion and the body of a chimpanzee to form a fictional creature. But it is far from obvious. Hold on a second. You know what I'm going to do? I want to play a game of 20. I want to play a game of 20 with Maria. With Dr. Schechtman. Because she and I are going to disagree on a lot of this stuff. And the best way to do it... because it's easy to get carried away, to make it a game of 20. So Elsa, she's whatever the fuck this means, controlling her imagination when she's mentally combining parts of different creatures, such as the head of a lion and the body of a chimpanzee, to form a fictional creature. But it is far from obvious that people do not have indirect and scientific control over them. An active line of research in the empirical literature is investigating how to effectively intervene in implicit biases, and several questions are raised about how effective different types of interventions can be, how long their effects last, and which one is the most effective. Perhaps Elsa's implicit biases could be reduced when, before visiting the office, she looks at some stereotype discordant images, such as viewing a photo of Oprah Winfrey or Nelson Mandela. Elsa's implicit biases could also be reduced when, before visiting the office, she explicitly says to herself, if my secretary is in the same conversation as I am, I will pay close attention to what she says. I wish they hadn't made her a secretary, because... Like, why are you paying attention? Is it a work conversation? And if it's not her secretarial duties, anyway. The argument from direct control is problematic because of its philosophical premise that responsibility for implicit biases is incompatible with the lack of direct control over them. Even if Elsa is not able to directly control her implicit biases, there might be some indirect and scientific interventions readily available to her, such as looking at the photo of Oprah Winfrey or Nelson Mandela. Suppose also that these interventions are reasonably effective in reducing implicit biases. It turns out, however, that Elsa fails to use any of these interventions and keeps behaving the same way towards her Nigerian secretary. Now, should we say that Elsa is not responsible for her biases just because she lacks direct control over them? No, we find this counterintuitive. Agreed. And I love agreeing with you. It seems to us that directness does not really matter in this context. The crucial question here is whether Elsa has some kind of control over biases, regardless of whether her control is direct or not. As far as control is concerned, Elsa can be said to be responsible if she has some kind of control over her biases. The argument from direct awareness is problematic because of its philosophical premise. The responsibility for implicit biases is incompatible with the lack of direct awareness of them. I don't think that's the one I said. You said this philosophical, the philosophical, the second one, yeah, okay. Oh yeah, of course, okay. Again, think about Elsa, but let us add some more assumptions about awareness. Elsa does not have direct and introspective awareness of her biases, but she nonetheless has indirect and scientific awareness of them. E.g., she took the IAT herself and read some news articles about implicit biases. Now, should we say that Elsa is not responsible for her biases just because she lacks direct awareness of them? We find this counterintuitive. Directness does not matter. The crucial question here is whether Elsa has some kind of awareness, not whether the awareness is direct. As far as awareness is concerned, Elsa can be said to be responsible if she has some kind of direct or indirect awareness of the biases. The last argument we will consider is the one from direct and indirect awareness, which we will examine more carefully than the other arguments. Its psychological premise says that people lack direct and indirect awareness of their biases. This premise is problematic because even if we grant for the sake of argument that people do not have direct and introspective awareness of their implicit biases, which could be controversial though, or doesn't Greenwald in the quote above have some introspective access to his implicit associations at work? An immediate objection can still be raised about indirect access. Many people seem to have indirect and scientific awareness of their implicit biases. Appetite for implicit bias research is growing not only in academia, but also in the media, industry, and so on. And so we can expect that many people have some indirect and scientific awareness of their biases. The philosophical premise says that responsibility for implicit biases is incompatible with the lack of direct and indirect awareness of them. This premise is problematic too. To see this... Oh, so they were like me that they said that they're saying both premises, and why did I change my mind? People lack direct awareness of their implicit biases, huh? Oh, you're saying that the philosophical premise is problematic? How? Responsibility for implicit biases is incompatible with the lack of direct and indirect awareness of them. If you have no awareness of them, oh, but like you still know that so you have no awareness of actually having them, but you still have awareness that it's likely you have them, maybe that's the move. The philosophical premise says that responsibility for implicit biases is incompatible with the lack of direct and indirect awareness of them. This premise is problematic too. To see this, let us revise our Elsa case once more. Elsa lacks not only direct and introspective awareness, but also indirect and scientific awareness of her biases. For example, she's not a big fan of science-related articles in the news, and she has not read about implicit biases. Oh no, so she isn't aware of anybody's. So I can't think of how that premise is problematic. Looking forward to finding out. Now, let us suppose that she is not indirectly and scientific aware of her biases, but she ought to be. For example, her company, which is seriously committed to racial equality in the workplace, often circulates emails and documents about the danger of racial biases and discrimination, all of which she neglects to read. Does she see the titles? The subject headings? The company also holds obligatory seminars on the topic. She attended one seminar, but she did not pay attention and only pretended to listen while responding to emails on her laptop. Seems like she has some awareness, bro. Now, should we say that Elsa is not responsible for her biases just because she is not directly or indirectly aware of her biases? I don't think I believe you that she is. Probably not. The crucial question here is whether she ought to be aware of her biases. That would have solved things from the beginning if you were just like, we're responsible for everything we ought to know. And that sounds stupid to me. What are you saying? The crucial question here is whether she ought to be aware of her biases rather than whether she is actually directly or indirectly. Now, again, are you saying her biases? This is the crucial thing. You've established she's aware of biases. People keep sending her emails. She literally went to a thing. No way, she has no idea that there are conversations being had about implicit biases. And also the problem with this thought experiment is that there's no way that a person is reading this thought experiment and truly believing that Elsa has no idea. So, and I think that the fact that their belief that Elsa does have some idea is why we want to hold her responsible. But if you told that story differently, Elsa grew up, Elsa has spent her entire life under a rock, just lying under a rock, being fed intravenously, and then emerges and sees a black person, goes, oh my god, what the fuck? Are you gonna hold her responsible? Is she gonna be responsible for that bias when she has had no chance to know, even if... Oh, so what do you mean by ought to? Like, the world would be better if? Or you mean she has had opportunities to? But did she know that she had those opportunities? Because if she knew that she had those opportunities, then she knew about the biases. She knew that she attended a thing about implicit biases. I don't know, man. This whole thing seems messy to me. Elsa can be said to be responsible if she ought to be aware of her biases, even if she's not actually aware of them. But is she aware of biases? Thus, just like the other arguments, the argument from direct and indirect awareness fails. But some worries remain. In particular, there is a sense in which the objections leave out many people. For example, against the psychological premise, we said that many people have some indirect and scientific awareness of their biases through the IAT or in news articles. This is certainly true, but it leaves out other people, arguably the majority of people in our society, who do not have indirect awareness of their biases. Again, against the philosophical premise, we said that Elsa is responsible for her biases, and her responsibility has something to do with the fact that she ought to be aware of her biases. She is expected to be aware of them, given the information and opportunities available to her. Even if this is correct, however, it is uncertain whether the same thing can be said about other people in our society. Bro, the only difference is that they have literally never had these opportunities, and she has come across these opportunities, so she does know a little bit about them. In other words, it is unclear how many people in our society have sufficient information about biases and opportunities to become aware of them. And then also it's like, what were the unconscious automatic mechanisms that can explain why she wasn't really paying attention, why she didn't read these emails? Is she responsible for those? But anyway, I don't even want to stoop into this stupid game, bro, so... into these definitions. Oh my god, we're almost done, thank god. One might think that Elsa's case is exceptional. After all, not many employers are as serious about equality and inclusivity as hers. Most people in our society are not directly or indirectly aware of their biases, and they are not even expected to be aware of them. And if they are not expected to be aware of their biases, they are not to be held responsible for them. However, Elsa's case is not so exceptional. Actually, people can be expected to be aware of their biases even if they do not have much information available to them or many opportunities to learn about biases. As we have already noted, implicit bias research is increasingly popular both inside and outside academia, and perhaps this would be sufficient for awareness of biases to become more common. implicit bias shit didn't start the conversation on racism, bro. We have had way before implicit association tests and all that stuff. We had people going, "Oh, I'm not racist. Racism doesn't exist," and they were hearing from black people, "Yes, it does," and they were like, well, I don't really listen to you people. Anyway, racism doesn't exist, guys. Can you please stop? You're being really loud, and I'm trying to have a civil conversation right now. Thank you. Oh my God, Jesus. They violated their responsibilities. They failed their responsibilities, okay? I don't even remember what the relevance of that was. Okay, summary 6.5. According to the argument from epiphenomenalism, which was the main focus of this chapter, we do not have free will because 1, epiphenomenalism is true according to psychology and or neuroscience, and 2, free will is incompatible with the truth of epiphenomenalism, the philosophical premise. The psychological premise, however, is not plausible. We examined 3 bodies of empirical studies for epiphenomenalism: Libet-style studies, situationist studies, and Wegener-style studies, none of which satisfy the 2 conditions required of epiphenomenalism. The causal irrelevance condition, according to which the evidence rules out the causal relevance of conscious states and processes, which you never fucking defined, because you said at the beginning of the book, "I'm not going to talk about consciousness." Oh, except I'm going to rely on my bullshit ideas about consciousness in order to do an entire chapter. And the generalizability condition, according to which the evidence is generalized to all forms of actions. Although psychological and neuroscientific studies do not support fully fledged skepticism about free will yet, they do support a moderate form of skepticism, according to which people are free to a lesser degree than they might think. Moderate skepticism opens up questions about borderline cases, such as the cases of implicit biases, in which it is not clear whether people are free and responsible. So, just a classic soul of the gaps person. Questions: what is the role of psychology and neuroscience in the debate on free will and responsibility? How can psychologists and neuroscientists contribute to the debate? How can philosophers, psychologists, and neuroscientists work together in a fruitful and productive manner to investigate free will and responsibility? Can people be free and responsible in a world in which determinism, materialism, or epiphenomenalism is true? What is your intuitive answer? I'm pretty sure your intuitive answer is what wrote this chapter, bro. What does a society without free will look like? How might social and legal systems be changed if free will turns out to be an illusion? Pretty fucking majorly, bro. And then we talked at like the beginning about, well, I guess alluded to specific ways. Can you think of real life cases in which implicit biases might cause morally and socially problematic consequences? In what circumstances are people responsible for their implicit biases? Why? I have nothing else to say. But I think I am going to go back on and... Is it already after 3, bro? 3:38, my gosh. I don't think I'm going to have as much to say about, because I realize I shouldn't read on Thursday. I gotta drive on Thursday a lot. So 30 pages. I can't do another. I can probably do an hour and a half. Well, I've got 2 hours. All right. I'm gonna start another stream.